From Monday, January 30th, 2017 to order. We've started the meeting tonight 45 minutes early to have a presentation on the housing production plan from a consultant, Karen Sonneborg. It's a joint meeting with the Planning Board and the Board of Selectmen. So with that, I think I would ask Karen to come up and start your presentation.
Thank you. Well, maybe it's easier to do it this way. Thank you very much. And before I start the presentation, I'd like to acknowledge the terrific guidance from a work group that was put together to oversee the preparation of this update of the housing production plan that was actually produced in 2009 and had expired. And I want to read their names: Linda Sabula from representing the Planning Board, Julia Aldridge from the Housing Committee, Charlene Greenhall, the Assistant Town Manager and Administrator, Cindy Mall representing the CPC, and John Stewart from the Harwich Housing Authority. I also want to really thank you for this terrific venue of coming together. Planning Board and the Board of Selectmen, both your entities will be required to approve the plan before it can be submitted to the state. And I think it exemplifies the commitment, continued commitment on part of the town with respect to affordable housing. I'm going to try to go through this presentation fairly quickly. Just a couple of introductory slides on kind of, why are we doing this housing production plan? Some of the benefits. One is to provide opportunities for greater local control over housing development. Housing production was actually created as a subset of Chapter 40B regulations that were meant to provide opportunity for the town to control some affordable housing development, provided it prepared a plan that met all the requirements included in the regulations by the state and separate guidelines. And then if the town proceeded to produce 1/2% of its year-round housing stock, and that's 33 units for the town of Harwich, it could become certified. And certified meant that it had a year during which any comprehensive permit applications that were submitted to the town that the town considered inappropriate and that didn't meet local needs, the town could, through its ZBA, deny the permit without the developer's ability to go back to the state and appeal that decision. If the town produced 1% of its year-round housing stock, or 66 units in the case of Harwich, it would get a 2-year period where it had this, what some people would call safe harbor, certainly being in a better negotiating position on 40Bs during that period as well. It serves as a blueprint for promoting housing diversity, kind of a toolbox of resources and regulations to support smart growth and affordable housing. Offers information to the community on the status of housing, including market conditions and how it affects local residents. We did a lot of work on updating not just the demographic, economic, and housing information, but really looking at housing market conditions and what their effects are on affordability of rental and ownership housing for residents along different ranges of income. Provides information to nonprofit and for-profit developers on housing needs and priorities, Harwich, and what kinds of projects the town would like to see submitted. Assists the Community Preservation Committee in making funding decisions. Assists the Housing Committee in promoting affordable housing through a whole range of activities. Offers greater accountability and transparency regarding local initiatives. The specific strategies indicate what entity or entities are in fact accountable for implementing that action. It promotes greater compatibility with other town endeavors in looking at opportunities for kind of mutual interest with the open space, conservation, planning activities, and serves as a comprehensive housing resource that can be regularly updated. In fact, these plans have a term of 5 years, and 5 years goes by rather quickly, but it then becomes a relatively easy document to update. We also continue to adopt the housing goals that were developed as part of the 2003 housing strategy and also the 2009 housing production plan, basically to promote the annual development of affordable housing, striving to produce 33 units per year, approximately 80% of which will be rental housing. There has been a strong commitment towards rental housing development in Harwich. Promote the development of funding sources and income streams to support affordable housing development, which has also been a strong kind of commitment that the town has provided with respect to housing, a special housing trust fund in addition to CPA money. And remove barriers to affordable housing by town bylaws and other regulations. Just briefly, this slide kind of reflects what the state requirements are with respect to affordable housing. And we sometimes refer to these as the capital A affordable units, and that these are the ones that are eligible for inclusion on the subsidized housing inventory and also towards the annual housing production goals. They have to be deed restricted. They must be affirmatively marketed, although up to 70% of the units can be counted as local preference units that are reserved for those who live and work in a community. And they're available to households earning at or below 80% of area median income with housing costs of no more than 30% of income. And just to give you an idea, every year HUD goes through changes in area median income, and they're adjusted by household size. So just to give you an idea what the 2016 ones are. For a household of one, it's $47,550. For two, it's $54,350, and for three, it's $61,150. Give you a general idea, we're dealing with working families. And the 2017 guidelines should be coming out in a couple months. They usually come up around March. There's also a term of some community housing, and this usually aligns with the Community Preservation Act that allows funding to go towards those earning up to 100% of area median income who still might be priced out of the local housing market, while units above 80% can't count towards the SHI or housing production goals. They can still, units directed to this type of income tier can still serve a local need. And just to give an idea what that income level is, for a household of three, it's $72,270 for 2016. When we were dealing with the plan, we were obviously, looking at the capital A affordable as being kind of most important because it drives the production goals. But we were also very cognizant about what we call the little a affordable, that there are some opportunities in the town to modify zoning or create different income tiers that are other situations where the units might not qualify for the subsidized housing inventory, but they still serve a pressing local need and should be considered as part of the package of tools and actions that the town should consider in moving forward in the next few years. So this is looking at the capital A affordable again. What housing is affordable in Harwich right now? Town has 6,121 year-round housing units. They subtract out the seasonal, occasional units, and that equals, and then the 333 units are in fact at this point determined to be affordable by the state, involving about 5.4% of the town's based on affordability threshold. And this just, part of doing this plan is to do some bragging rights and to show the state what has been accomplished over the last few years. It's up to 333. It's going to be another 2 units are eligible for adding to 335 part of the buy-down program. So since the last plan, an additional number of units have been produced. It was 261 in 2009, and we really articulate that very clearly in the plan to show that progress has continued to be made. There's still a gap of about 277 units to meet the 10% state target, and that's based on existing housing stock. In 2020, when the census comes out again, there'll be a new total number of year-round housing unit, and so the figure will likely go up somewhat. Once again, the annual production goals, half of 1% equal 33 units per year. This slide just shows where Harwich is with respect to its neighboring communities. Orleans is almost up to the 10% level. Harwich will go up to 5. It's more than halfway there, and it's ahead of the rest of the pack. So clearly progress being made. The document is fairly detailed and comprehensive. Some might say heavy too, but I'm going to try just go through the major trends that we found and try not to get too in the weeds about the details in the profiles. There has been a recent small population loss. In 2000, the population was 12,386, went down somewhat to 12,243 in 2010, which are actual counts. And then based on 2014 census estimates, it's gone down further to 12,205. The Metropolitan Area Planning Council, which does projections on all communities pretty much in the state, suggests that the population is going to increase to 13,445 residents by 2030. The State Data Center, this shows you this is certainly not a science, these projections. They project further losses to 11,679. I can't tell you which ones probably are the most reliable at this point. They all agree, given the trends towards fewer children and more older adults, they all agree that that's going to continue to happen. Give you an example. So fewer children, those under age 20, are expected to decrease from 17.9% in 2010 to 14% by 2030. From more than a quarter of the population in 1980. The State Data Center suggests a somewhat lesser decrease to 16%. We'll get down to that. We'll go down to those 65 years and older. In the bottom line, increased by 21% between 1990 and 2010 and are expected to increase by another 42% by 2030. State Data Center also suggests a significant increase to 38%, somewhat lower. Demographic trends also show growth in smaller non-family households, which are those living alone or with unrelated household members, where families are decreasing. They were 71% in 1980, and they've gone down to 62% of all households by 2014. And the recent data suggests that 20% of the households included those who were 65 and living alone. And this just shows you a summary of the age distribution changes between the blue bar is the 1990 census, the orange one is the 2000 census, and the gray one is the 2010 census. These are all actual counts, and it shows the population tilting towards older residents. In regard to housing, while while Harwich's population grew by 36% between 1980 and 2010, housing units increased by 58%, and these were largely fueled by seasonal and second home markets. In 2000, there were 2,306 owner-occupied units valued below $200,000. That was 57%. And it's gone down to 294 units, or 6.7% of the housing owner-occupied stock by 2014. There has been, and we have other ways in looking at assessed values and sales, that we see an erosion of the private little a affordable housing units in the community. The median single-family home price of $350,000, and since as of August 2016, is down from the pre-recession levels of $385,000 in 2006. You know, while some parts of the state, the housing values have gone fairly significantly past pre-recession levels. In other parts of the state, including the Cape, this is not the case, although they're approaching pre-recession levels. Median rents have increased from $393 in 1980 to $708 in 2000 and $1,161 in 2014. Clearly, and that $1,161 includes significant numbers of subsidized units, so it's kind of skewed lower than real prices are, in fact, market prices. It's really hard to find market rental prices. Listings are very limited, but the ones that we do see rents are significantly higher. Plus, the rental market, like the ownership market, is complicated in a town where there is such a seasonal focus, and so the winter rentals versus year-round rentals versus seasonal rentals, where people in the summer can earn as much as what most communities would consider a year-round rental, far past. And this slide shows you from 1980 to 2014 the increase in number of units versus the increase in seasonal units. And as of, and the seasonal units are now about 40% of all units. So we went and talked about priority needs, and there continued to be a focus on rental housing development. We actually upped it a bit. I think in the 2009 plan, it was kind of 2/3 of all new affordable units produced. We were going to try to have as a goal be rentals versus 1/3 home ownership, and the mix has changed to 80% to 20% for a number of reasons. You know, clearly the rising rental prices, the opportunity to try to deal with some of the more vulnerable residents in the community income-wise, the fact that almost all state subsidies are geared to rental units, the fact that rental units turn over more than ownership units, so an assisted unit over a period of time will have more occupants than an owner-occupied unit per se. It's very hard to qualify numbers of folks for ownership units given financial asset limits. And other reasons that we've included in the plan, we felt it was pretty compelling to focus on year-round rental units for community residents. These are just some indicators of need. In 2014, 17.2% of households had incomes below $25,000. 891 residents and 123 families lived in poverty, and that's up from 668 individuals and 103 families in 2000. Just to give you an idea, this that poverty level for an individual is $11,770. For a household of 3, it's $20,090. About 46% of households could have qualified for housing assistance based on 2013 HUD report. And this does not include financial assets. We're just looking at straight incomes. And this is up from 40% in 20,000. These are people that earned at or below 80% of area median income. Median incomes rose by 62% between 2010 and 2014, higher than the 42% rate of inflation. High market rents of about $1,300 requires income of an estimated $59,000, while the median income of renter households was $43,679. And 43% of renters earning at or below 80% AMI, the area median income from Barnstable County, were spending more than half their income on housing costs. And I think that is a pretty compelling statistic. There are a lot of people, not just in this community, but across the Cape, who are really struggling to stay here. We still recognize that there's a need for some starter housing, for people to come and establish roots in the community, for some social and economic diversity, young families to come in and establish roots, or to be able to come back and raise their own families locally. Some opportunities for empty nesters who want to downsize but are looking for appropriate opportunities that better meet their current lifestyles. So we did add a piece on home ownership. And just to give you a couple of indicators of need, the borrowing power for average household based on the 2014 median income of $67,332 is about $272,000. That's at the maximum level. Median house price as of August 2016 was $350,000. That requires an income of approximately $79,500, which is, significantly above the median household income for Harwich, and is not affordable for many year-round households. The affordability gap is therefore, based on a number of assumptions that are included in the plan, $78,000, and that's the difference between a median-priced home and what a median income-earning household could afford. If you look at those earning at 80% of area median income, just at, not below, gap widens to $93,500. There is a significant segment of the condo market that is affordable, affordable to actually almost two-thirds two-thirds affordable to median income earning households. So those are earning at the $67,332, not the area median income, the actual census-driven median. And this slide just shows you the widening affordability gap since 1990 between the actual median value of a single-family house to the median income. Given aging population and a couple of under indicators, we did a special shout out on the need for more special needs units, accessible units, and those with some supportive services to help people remain independent in their units, or at least in some facility. Higher level of seniors in Harwich than in Barnstable County, and about twice the state level. Rapidly growing segment of the population based on projections. 14.4% claimed a disability in 2014, and that's up from 9.3% in 2000, and it's still high in comparison to 11.3% for the state. There are no affordable assisted living units in Harwich, and very few handicapped accessible units in subsidized housing. And this is just kind of estimated goals based on the rental and ownership division of 80% to 20%, looking at 40% of units going to seniors individuals, 50% to families with 2 bedrooms, and 10% to large families with 3. The 10% is a figure that the state is now requiring, based on an interagency cooperative agreement among the state subsidizing agencies. Unless the project is age-restricted or it's a single-room occupancy development, they're requiring now that 10% of the units be set aside for 3 bedrooms. And, unless the town can document that this is an inappropriate kind of requirement for the community, that's the current guideline or policy. And then at the bottom we're saying that for units produced for seniors or disabled people, that 20% of the units be handicapped accessible or have some supportive services, as opposed to 10% for families. I'm going to go through briefly the strategies. I can tell you, besides one, all of these were included in the last plan, and there was progress made on a number of them. Still an interest in pursuing others that are included in this update. One is just continuing to conduct ongoing community education, to really provide good information, a transparent, inclusive process when new housing initiatives are introduced, real opportunities for civic engagement, which the town has been very good about doing, but a real kind of shout again to DHCD that this is a commitment the town really is serious about. We also suggested that part of either housing trust funding or CPA funding, that a part-time housing coordinator be hired either as a staff or through a consultant, in order to really buy the capacity to oversee implementation of various strategies. It's hard to rely on volunteer board member or committee members to do all the implementation, and the existing staff have pretty much their plates full with existing responsibilities. So we see that as something that the town should consider. Dennis just recently hired somebody on a part-time 20, I think, hours a week basis, and there are lots of other models what other communities are doing. In regards to zoning, we're suggesting that the open space residential development bylaw, which has been pretty effective, it's permitted 31 different projects, but it incorporates some mandates for including affordable housing, also encouraging the feasibility of those by having some density bonuses. And there are really good models in the state to look at to do this kind of added public benefit in open space residential development bylaws. Likewise, in promoting affordable housing and mixed-use development, the town has been very diligent about trying to direct development to smart location, including villages. And this particular strategy suggested, once again, that there be some requirement to include affordable housing with potentially some additional density and the ability to do could potentially consider the second-story program that was kind of touted about a few years ago, that provides some kind of loans for the conversion of above-the-shop spaces, and it's kind of reconsidering exploring that option. And also, the town has been, incrementally modifying the accessory apartment bylaw, and the plan recognizes some recent changes, but also suggests some others that might make the bylaw more user-friendly. I just met this morning with the head of the Cape and the Islands Realtors Association, and the Cape Cod Commission and the Realtors Association have drafted a model bylaw that they're shopping around to various communities. And from what he described it seemed like, I haven't seen the whole thing, but it seemed like it was going to be a pretty good model. So I think that bears looking into. more than a third of the communities in the state have what's called inclusionary zoning, so that any development over a certain size would have to include some amount of affordable housing. This has not been the silver bullet, but it is another tool, and some towns have actually, created quite a bit of affordable housing through it. Or there's also the option of developers contributing as a payment in lieu of actual affordable units into housing trust funds that will then be able to subsidize other developments. And once again, this is included in the last plan, and we're asking to explore it again. In 2000, the Board of Selectmen approved local initiative program regulations and procedures that were meant to provide some framework to developers about this is the kind of development that the town would find palatable. And they have not been updated. Lots of things have changed since 2000, so the suggestion is to go back, revisit those, and come up with some amendments. And also, this is a new one, which is to adopt a motel conversion bylaw. There's the working group recognized that there were some motels that were antiquated, not very economically viable at this point, and that there might be opportunities to redevelop them, possibly, a demo replacement type of thing. And there is, there are models of zoning that have been done in other communities. Yarmouth comes to mind, and Yarmouth has also provided a fair amount of resources to support this kind of redevelopment activity. I mean, Harwich has nowhere near the number of motels that Yarmouth does, but it might make sense to have a visit there and to see what they're doing and see that there are opportunities to really make a difference in this community by converting some antiquated motels. And then housing production strategies, when it's to continue to make suitable public property available, affordable housing. Harwich has a terrific track record in doing this. In fact, 211 units have been produced to date with donated town-owned property. But other tax-title properties, maybe the Harwich Middle School, and others that we included in the plan, makes sense to explore and see if down the road development on those is possible. What's great about having town-owned property is the town really controls what's developed. Through an RFP process, it established the terms and conditions for that development, and instead of reacting, it's proactively establishing the parameters. And to continue to partner with private developers. Once again, Harwich has a proven track record in working with nonprofit and for-profit developers. It's lucky to have real viable partners in the community. And convert existing housing to affordability. The town just finished a second phase of its buy-down program that has been, the Harwich Housing Authority has been actively administering and converting existing units to long-term affordability. And lastly, housing preservation and assistance strategies. One is try not to lose the units that are currently on the SHI to the greatest extent feasible. I mean, there are units that had 15-year deed restrictions through the housing rehab program that will fall off the SHI, which is reasonable. But there are, about 230 other units that have expiring use restrictions where in the future the deed restrictions will, in fact, expire unless extended. And the town really monitoring that closely. There has been some concern about Pine Oaks. The first phase of Pine Oaks has been refinanced and the Section 8 contracts extended, and so that's not a problem. But there are, other projects identified in the plan that just bear some close monitoring. And then help qualifying residents access housing assistance. I mean, this strategy talks about continuing to fund the rental assistance program and trying to reintroduce the housing rehab program. DHCD is revisiting some of its criteria for allocating funding, and it may turn out that Harwich is more competitive in subsequent rounds, and if not, potentially to use its own resources to create some model of housing rehab assistance. And continued information referrals to local, regional, and state housing programs and services, which, you know, residents in Harwich should be able to get their fair share of those services. So next step, final thing. We need to secure approvals of the plan from the Planning Board and Board of Selectmen. And right afterwards, we'll submit the plan to the state. Usually takes about, well, technically it's supposed to take about no longer than 90 days for the state to review. They've been better at reviewing, so it could easily happen within that framework. And then we're going to be placing the plan on the website, so people are encouraged to look at the plan for more information, details about what I presented this evening. And with that, I'll open up to your questions.
Karen, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to open it up for brief comments from I'm going to start with the planning board. I'll bring this back and put it on the agenda within the next few weeks so we can have a much more detailed conversation about it. We have a fairly full agenda tonight, so I'm going to keep it fairly short. I'm going to start with the planning board.
Okay, well,
Microphone.
sorry. My name is Jim Atkinson. I'm a member of the planning board, and at this point, acting chairman of the planning board, since the chairman's out of state at this time. I've reviewed this plan, and I would like to compliment Karen and all the members of the committee that I think this is a very detailed plan. It has a lot of very interesting information. The planning board has already started discussing some of the issues
Good.
and some of the action items that this plan assigns to the planning board.
Yeah.
And we intend to continue to discuss them and hopefully make some progress on them. One of my questions, I have two real quick questions. One is basically, do you have a time schedule as to when you would like to see approval by both the planning board and the Board of Selectmen?
Well, I think our interest is probably trying to get approvals as soon as possible. As soon as we have the approvals, we'll submit the plan to the state.
Okay. And the other question I have is, do you have any thoughts on how to deal with maybe potential opposition from abutters for various types of projects that are suggested for implementation in these plans?
You know, it is very rare when abutters will actually support a project. I have seen it. I have seen it happen, but it is very rare. And my real sense about it is there's no substitute for leadership, and the abutters' interests have to be weighed by the interests of the whole community. And communities where progress has really been made in a real demonstrable way has been through the leaders on key boards and committees, and particularly the Board of Selectmen. I can say that there are studies which show they looked at property values of, abutters next to the most egregious 40Bs you can imagine. I mean, they were only big, they were ugly. And they found that there was no change in the values at that time. And my sense is, because of increasing housing values, that their values have actually gone up. But there's no evidence that people, if they're concerned about, property values, there's no evidence. I can say that smart developers will engage neighbors and try to work with them. If neighbors have a real viable reason, drainage is going to be a problem, or some other type of thing that's really makes sense, I think it's up to town leadership and the developer to work with those neighbors, and that often really makes a difference.
Okay, thank you, Karen. Are there any other members of the planning board that have any questions or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question. Oh, sorry. Just mechanically, we can adopt this separately at each of our meetings. In other words, put it on our agenda and adopt it. We don't have to meet jointly again to do that.
No, no.
Thank
And in
you.
fact, the state will, at some point, they'll want to see the minutes of the approvals, so they expect, obviously, they'll be separate, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Mike. I'll turn it back to you and the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you, Jim. Angela?
Thank you for all the information. I had forgotten that Harwich is up towards the top on the Cape in its percentage of affordable housing. One of the things that affordable housing builders have had a problem with recently is getting funding. Do you see that change? Because we can do whatever we want if funding's not available.
Well, usually, if it's a good project, it'll go in a queue, and there's a triage where they have to go to the state, and they apply for the state, and they're kind of not given money that round, but usually a subsequent round. I mean, Jay might have something to add about that. We don't know what the future will bring, clearly. And once again, on the housing rehab, there has been another number of attempts to get, or at least the last one, to get funding that didn't work, but might work again. So at this point, it's just persistence and having a good project.
Yeah, it's a concern. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for your presentation. It's excellent. I do have a couple questions. Looking at the numbers and looking at the aging population, so when we're trying to think about, obviously, zoning issues and around town, but also, are you looking to have to really address that aging population and not be able to have maybe any kind of over-commercial space units, or really all single-story? I'm just thinking in terms of coverage and those kinds of things. It probably presents another issue.
Yeah, that's a great issue, because while housing in village centers, walking distance to transportation and services is such a great location for seniors, you got to make sure that they're accessible. And, having an elevator does add costs. So that there's a consideration. And, that's why we really try to emphasize the need for handicap accessibility and some supportive services, because it's going to become a growing need as the population continues to age.
Right, and then I'm thinking in terms of a zoning issue, it probably presents another problem, because you have a certain amount of coverage that you can have on particular lot sizes, et cetera. So you can't go up if you can't put the elevator costs in and that kind of thing, so.
Well, you're not just talking about seniors, though. that
No,
have
exactly.
housing.
I'm just thinking in
Yeah.
that element of
Right.
the aging population, where the numbers look like they're doubling, really, so. But the other question I had was.
Let me just mention something, too. I mean, it's hard to have seniors as one block. They're not all frail and kind of. I mean, I'm 65. I'm looking for stairs to climb.
Yeah.
I got to keep moving, right? So it
Right.
wouldn't bother me, but at some point, I would probably have to move. So there is this, it really depends on the person's health, and to
Sure.
make it an age restricted for frail elderly, you couldn't do it without an elevator.
Right, right,
Yeah.
right. And you mentioned about DHCD and the different programs that they're trying to reintroduce. Do they still have the MRVP, and do they still have the stipend program? That was like a 3-year program I know that they had that through the local housing authorities for a while.
They still have the RVP. I don't know about the stipend program. John, do you have any information what that is?
No, the 3-year program is a town program.
Oh.
It's just that, yeah, okay.
Oh, yeah, your rental assistance program, yeah. Well, we're
So that
still
still
suggesting
is-
that continue to be funded.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Janelle?
I don't have anything at this time. Thank you.
Peter?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. The chart you have on priority housing needs and goals talks about senior individual, 1-bedroom facility or location, small families, 2 bedrooms. Does the state have a minimum requirement, size, square footage on each of those? In other words, for a senior individual, is there a minimum space that's needed?
They do have minimum unit sizes. I can tell you, I see plenty of waivers of them, but it's important if you're going to be developing anything that has smaller unit sizes than what's prescribed by LIP, that there be early conversations with DHCD and real reasons for it.
And the reason I'm asking the question, you know, you see, I think all of us have probably seen these tiny homes, and
Yeah,
we've seen shows where
yeah,
folks do a great job taking shipping containers and
Right.
Converting them into something. It doesn't necessarily look like a shipping container, by the way.
right.
But my point is, we had a project before us for Habitat in West Harwich, 6 units, a couple months ago. And the question was asked, what's the total cost per unit? Total cost to develop that project. And the number was $381,000 per unit. That seems like a huge number to me, when you're trying to do a lot of this, and we need to do a lot of this. So I think we have to start thinking about things like a cluster of 10 or 12, call them tiny houses, whether they're, you know, seniors and individuals, whatever. And let's get some of this, you know, if we gotta change zoning, but we gotta do something that makes sense financially and that we can afford to do.
Yeah, you know, it's not unusual to see $300 a square foot as being kind of total development costs.
$381,000
yeah,
per unit.
Yeah, I mean, depending, if it's like historic rehab and stuff, it can be even higher than that. And it
New
depends on
construction.
unit sizes and that type of thing, and amenities. Acquisition costs can really drive up project costs. There, you know, using, for example, your open space residential development bylaw, you know, with some changes, that, you know, opportunities in there to do small pocket neighborhoods of, you know, cottage-style housing, bungalow-style, which is really popular in the West and specifically and along the Pacific coast. And there are some great models happening in Massachusetts. And that's one way of doing starter housing and housing for empty nesters, incorporating some affordability of those, but still below market prices because they're smaller, and they're usually clustered around a common green area. So, I mean, I think that makes
Take a look at it.
enormous sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you. Anyone in the public with brief comments? Sharon?
Sharon Fleeman, I just have a question. I saw this presentation online, and on your last page, you have a link that's supposed to take you to the planning. Is that correct? Is that what that link is?
It's to the town's website.
All right, so once you get to the town website, then what?
It should be
'Cause-
under, where did you have,
Oh, it's right on the planning board.
Because it did, it took me to the,
You have
To-
to go to planning board?
town's website, but from there, I couldn't figure out where to go to find anything else.
So
So,
planning board is they go to, or the Affordable Housing Committee, or?
The housing plan was on the very first page under news. So it was on the first page. It was also on the Board of Selectmen's webpage and also on the Planning Board webpage.
this came up, but my impression was that that link was going to take me to more in-depth planning. Am I wrong?
We'll get it on there.
Eventually it will.
Oh,
This was just the link to the plan itself.
to this presentation. So it wasn't going to take me, so at the end of this presentation, that link was just to take me back to that presentation.
Is the whole plan's not on it
The
yet?
whole plan is on the town website, and that's what,
Both of the, it says the presentation on too, or just the plan?
no, just the plan at this point.
Okay,
All
so
right,
the
yeah.
plan's on there.
All right, so you're saying it's under news.
It was on the news page, that's where it was. And it's also on the Board of Selectmen's page under agenda and also on the Planning Board's page.
All right, because when I did that, the only thing that came up when I clicked that link was this presentation.
Check it out.
Yeah, just check it. It could have been my computer for all I know. I'm just saying that the only thing I could get was this. After I got to the end and I clicked on that link, that I came back. It took me to the town's webpage, and then I kind of played around on planning and the Board of Selectmen. I came back to this, but the only thing I could get to was this presentation. So I didn't see any further plan to look at. That's all if I'm wrong, I apologize.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
what
Chris?
we'll make sure of is that, people can see the demonstration or the presentation done tonight, and then the draft plan. Obviously, we have to wait till the finalized plan, but we'll put the draft on there so people will have access to it as well.
It is on there.
It is on there, but we'll make it a little bit more accessible.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Jay Coburn. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Development Partnership, and we're the nonprofit community development corporation serving the Lower Cape. We have 75 units of affordable rental housing, including 24 here in Harwich, and worked closely with the town to develop Thankful Chase's pathways off Main Street Extension a number of years ago. And I wanted to just commend the task force for the excellent work that was done on this plan and the very strong recommendations that we feel will go a long way towards moving the town forward on its goals. I particularly want to commend the recommendation around emphasizing 80% of affordable rental housing, that if this community and all of the communities on the Lower Cape intend to attract young people and families to stay and to relocate into our region, thinking about lots of young people graduating from college with lots of student debt, rental homes are really a great solution, as well as a great solution for seniors looking to downsize and release that asset of their home and live in a rental property. I think there are a number of recommendations, if I could just comment on briefly. I very much support hiring a part-time housing coordinator. A great example of this is the town of Provincetown, which has made significant progress. I think Representative Peake would attest to the great work that's been done in her hometown by having a full-time, it was an 80% time housing coordinator in town, really helping to work with volunteers and volunteer board members to move an affordable housing plan forward. I think you've identified a number of strong zoning strategies, including inclusionary zoning. I would encourage you to look at the Cape Cod Commission's draft accessory dwelling unit bylaw. One of the features of that bylaw, in an effort to make the creation of in-law apartments or over-garage apartments available and encourage homeowners to build those, is to do them by right or find ways of reducing the costs of lawyers and planners for an individual homeowner to get those units built. And that's a great way to provide housing without having to take land and build more and more. I would really caution you against looking at redeveloping hotels and motels to turn them into affordable housing. And you need to go no further than look at our own property at 836 Main Street on Route 28 here in Harwich. That property is an old motel and home that were converted into an 8-unit affordable development, and the maintenance costs and operation costs on that property are incredibly challenging. Perhaps motel and hotel sites that could be redeveloped, similar to what we did and building a brand new purpose-built affordable housing development such as Thankful Chase's, I think is a much better model and a much more sustainable model for the future. But most importantly, I would really urge you to take action and take aggressive action. Many of you know that I serve on the Board of Selectmen in the town of Truro, and Charlene, I think you would attest to the tremendous challenges that we face on the Outer Cape, and look really at the communities of the Outer Cape as the canary in the coal mine. We have median home prices in Truro and Provincetown of over $700,000. That's double what the median home price is. In Provincetown, it's now up to 1.1 million. That is requiring, in Truro, you'd have to have an income of $140,000 to afford the median home price. We don't have anybody in Town Hall who makes that kind of money. As a result, most of our police officers live down here in Harwich or in Brewster. I think the other thing that you don't want to see happen too is to see that number of seasonal or part-time occupied homes increase. On the Outer Cape, 65 to 70% of our homes are just used seasonally or owned by seasonal homeowners. In fact, in Truro, we actually have 1.6 homes for every resident. Unfortunately, 70% of them are only being occupied in the summer months. And this is having a tremendous impact on the ability of businesses to grow and establish themselves. Ask any employer on the Outer Cape what the #1 challenge is to growing their business, and it's the lack of employees, because employees can't find affordable places to live. So look what's happened on the Outer Cape, and be committed to not allowing those extremes to take root in Harwich. And I think that your housing production plan is a great map forward about how to preserve the economic vitality and the economic diversity of Harwich. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add something on that? I heard from interviews that really hard hit is the home care industry on the Lower Cape. That given, typically lower paying jobs, that the home care agencies are having a very difficult time finding people. So as with an aging population who are becoming increasingly reliant on these types of services, it is a concern that some part of the safety net might be kind of breaking apart.
Great. Thank you. Microphone.
Mr. Chairman, just wanted to say, forewarned is forearmed. I chaired the committee to study the school, and Mr. Brophy, who's our chairman, succeeded me in that. I actually had an affordable housing offer, and I couldn't get it out of my own committee. My own committee voted not to bring it to you. We have to be realistic about the fact that not everybody is standing in line to pursue affordable housing. There's a lot of opposition to it.
Just to that, since you brought it up, that was a 65-unit mixed-use development that didn't get passed.
Yes.
That's not every initiative, and I will say a big part of this for us is funding it. We voted one project last year, and we went into the negative in our account. So the board has to come up with some funding sources. Charlene?
The housing rehab was brought up. Alice Boyd of Bailey and Boyd, who does a lot of the CDBG grants, is going to try and hook us up with Truro, Provincetown, and Eastham to get us back into the housing rehab program.
Great.
So I'm waiting to hear back from her. And also working with the CDP on that.
Okay. Brooke?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Brooke Williams, West Harwich. The first comment is I think it's very important for the residents, citizens, to see the previous housing production plan. I had some difficulty finding it. I have a copy of my own, but I think it's important to look at what the goals were previously and then what we're planning here. One thing that's not immediately apparent is that we had a goal in 2014 to study Pine Oaks 4, and that was never done. It's now being delayed till 2021. So I think there should be clarification of why that is happening. Then also, I think that existing housing, such as 97 Route 28, is not been given adequate consideration. It mentions in the document that it's in poor condition. The appraisal for it indicates that it's in fair to medium condition. That was done with town funds. It mentions that the maintenance was not good, but I think we should definitely move forward working with Pine Oaks or any similar group, and also that existing housing is important. And then relative to the questions of how do you move forward, Thankful Chase, which Representative Peak was at the opening for, was done really with neighborhood building approach. That is, involving the community, looking at land, and moving forward. And that was unanimously approved by town meeting and unanimously funded. Then there were additional grants that were received, which enabled energy-saving things to be added to that. Immediately adjacent to that property is property that's partly in Harwich and partly in Dennis. And so I think the complication there was not education, but planning. That is, if you have a parcel with part of the land in Harwich and part in Dennis, all the issues need to be clarified. And then you'll have a better chance of moving forward on that. And that particular parcel, I know they've done preliminary industrial work on that. But remember, that zoning for the industry was developed probably in the 60s and 70s. And looking at the table up here, no one is using a computer from the 1970s. So I think whereas we need planning for housing, we also need to update our industrial planning, working with the Robert Auer Company, working with Childs, and it may be even taking a second look at that site. And whereas this plan starts by saying we need 33, but we can only get 16 in the first year, if we look at 97 Chase, which is three units, and then we look at the site adjacent to Thankful Chase, working with our neighbors in Dennis, maybe there's a way to achieve the 33, or at least working towards that. And I think that I certainly respect what Hetch has done in Harwich under Mr. Murray and after that. But I think that they have gone to Chatham Town Meeting and also Brewster Town Meeting with rehab funds, including historic. So I think that there should be a way to really focus on these existing housing units and incorporate those in our planning, as well as working with Pine Oaks and the other groups that have provided housing in the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. Okay, I'm going to briefly, last comment, then we're going to move on to the rest of the meeting.
My name is Arthur Bowden. I'm the Harwich Housing Chair. And this past week, I had two very productive meetings. One here with Jay, and the second one was with Housing Assistance Corporation. And both of them were very informative, and I walked away with one word: land. Land. And they all said to me the same thing. If you have land, we're in love with you. We'll help you, we'll work with you, we'll make your dream come true. But Chairman, board members, if we don't have land, we're not going to achieve what we want to achieve here. So my committee is working very hard through the town planner. We have a few tidbits here and there, but the bottom line is we need land. And as he's pointed out, if you have land, then you're in control. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
And we'll put this back on the agenda for the board in the next 2 weeks. Okay, we're going to move on to the board meeting for January 30th, 2017, regular business. Will you please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So can't get on?
I can't get on. I've tried
Does
every,
it come up as a,
nothing.
the CM one? Look.
Are you on Town Hall? Yep, I'm on Town Hall too. I'm connected.
I found his name right in here, but you, yeah, it's Waterways, right?
Yeah.
Put that back over there.
True state.
Thank you.
Okay,
Appreciate
I
it.
got my iPhone.
Okay, anyone for weekly briefing?
Gotta give it a second.
Next up is public comment and announcement. First up tonight, we have Representative Sarah Peak to give us an update on states.
Thank you. Would you like me here or there?
There's good.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Sarah.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for inviting me and for having me in today as we're kicking off the 190th session of the General Court, which makes our body one of the longest standing and meeting democratically elected bodies anywhere in the world, as a matter of fact. So from that global perspective to a local perspective, we have filed a local bill that you approved at your town meeting, an act relative to senior exemption for the town of Harwich, which allows granting an exemption of up to $1,500. So that is in the hopper. It has a docket number right now, as it's a House bill which Senator Sear has co-sponsored. As the House clerk takes a look at it, it'll probably go to the Revenue Committee, I would think, but eventually it will be assigned a bill number, and at some point in time when it comes up for a hearing, I'll be communicating with all of you through your town manager, your town administrator. If you'd like to send written testimony, or if anybody wants to come up and testify, I'll buy you lunch. How's that for a deal?
I'm in.
We'll see. So long as it's not me on the plate, that's all I care about. But last session the governor signed into law on June 3rd your bill amending the town charter. That amendment gives the Library Board of Trustees a greater appointing and hiring authority. This is several times that we've tweaked the charter here in Harwich, and happy to do that. Just last week, Senator Sear, Representative Tim Whalen, and I sent a joint letter to the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education in opposition to the Sturgis Charter School's request for 50 additional pupils. They wanted to raise their cap by 50 students. Your superintendent, as well as the DY superintendent, had reached out to us. And as you're well aware, every time a student leaves the Monomoy district to go to Sturgis, it's not just the $5,500 school choice that leaves, but the actual full nut of what it costs to educate that student here in Monomoy. The three of us jointly felt that Sturgis has recently expanded with Sturgis West. There's already a large number of students there and an opportunity for students to attend that school, and the detrimental effect on the Monomoy, Nauset, and DY required our standing up to say something. I wish I had a happier story at the end of the day. They read our letter at their meeting. They said, oh yeah, that really gives us something to think about. And then they went ahead and approved the additional 50 students. So we will live to fight another day. Another bill that I have filed, which has an impact on Harwich, since you're part of the region that is included in the Cape Cod Tech region, as you're aware. In fact, the superintendent maybe he's inside by now. There he is, was outside. We had a very productive legislative meeting with the school committee, the superintendent, and the entire Cape delegation. Any of us who have communities that send to that school got an update on their new school building plan. And what was brought to our attention is the rate of the SBA reimbursement is linked to a snapshot of the poverty level. And Bob, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's that they use as a measure the number of kids on free or reduced lunch. Well, for whatever reason, that tends to be somewhat of a volatile number. And if you take a snapshot and look at 2016, it had the effect of reducing the reimbursement rate, which means, of course, then the communities who send kids to that school, you have to ante up more locally. So I have filed a bill that would require that they look at the 2017 numbers, because those are more advantageous to us. So that is in the hopper. I understand you had a conversation with somebody in the Speaker's office, and she's had a conversation with me, so we're looking to get that moving. We're talking about, it's about $4 million in additional, about $4 million in additional reimbursement, and all of that will help. Last week, the governor released his H1, House 1 budget. I think any of you who are at the MMA conference kind of got a sneak peek, no pun intended, into that. Chapter 70 funding is up slightly for the Monomoy district, $37,340 increase, and general government aid is also up slightly. Would I like to see more? Sure, I would. Where we are in the budget process now is House Ways and Means will sort of chew over the governor's budget. We all have the opportunity to meet with the House Chair of Ways and Means, identify our budget priorities. Obviously, local aid, regional school transportation, as well as Chapter 70 funding are important priorities of mine. For your purpose of what numbers to take to town meeting, you know, I hate to go out on a limb here, but my experience certainly over the last several sessions has been that the governor's number is a floor, it's not a ceiling. And the speaker is a former selectman. He understands the need for local aid and is supportive of our communities generally. And then, quite honestly, there tends to be a little rivalry between the House and the Senate, who gets bragging rights of who has the higher number and can do more for our communities. So I hope that even in the current budget crisis, we're able to increase those numbers some. But for planning purposes, I think you're going to be okay conservatively using the governor's budget. What's ahead and what sort of reaches beyond the Harwich community here? Certainly, we're going to be steadfast in our addressing the opioid crisis. We're looking to have recovery beds here on the Cape and supporting the governor's efforts, as he talked about in his State of the State address, to increase mental health services and beds at Taunton State Hospital. I've participated in a series of meetings with a working group at the Cape Cod Chamber regarding wastewater funding and planning, or planning and funding. As you're aware, the 208 plan has been created, filed, and approved, and it's a great plan, but it certainly comes as a cost. And when you look at what the costs are to homeowners here on the Cape, my view of it is we simply cannot afford to pay this out of our real property tax base. We just had this great presentation on affordable housing production. You can have all the affordable housing you want, but if you price people out of their homes and you have to go through 2.5 overrides in order to be able to pay to have clean water and comply with the Federal Clean Water Act, that's nothing that any of a prospect that any of us relish. They're kicking around a proposal to try to earmark not any of the local share, but some of the state share of the room occupancy tax to come back to the Cape to help pay for wastewater funding. So that's certainly something that I will be working hard on. And then speaking of room tax legislation, I know this community, as well as communities on the Cape, certainly in my legislative district, the towns of Provincetown, Truro, and Wellfleet have all sent local bills up to broaden the definition of overnight accommodations beyond just hotels and motels and traditional lodging establishments, but some of that very housing stock that are second homes that are rented out on a weekly basis that Jay Coburn made reference to. That would bring significant additional revenue to our communities if we captured all of those so-called Airbnb rentals. I don't think I'm being Pollyanna-like in bringing this to you, but I hear the governor discussing a proposal, although his threshold of the number of days per year that would have to be rented, 150, would exclude most all of the rentals, the seasonal, weekly rentals here on the Cape. But nevertheless, the governor is talking about it, the Senate president is talking about it, and even the speaker has given an indication. He has asked the chair of the Financial Services Committee, the same gentleman who crafted the legislation we did around Uber in the shared economy, to identify what the issues are and draft a bill. And I'm hopeful that we'll see a bill to that effect filed on the House side sometime within probably about the next 30 days or so. And I've been working closely with Aaron Microwitz from the North End. It's interesting, being an urban rep, he is now seeing in his district some of what we have seen here on the Cape. Certainly, we appreciate the high real estate values, that our assets are appreciating, that this is a place that people want to come to in the summer and all of that. But at the same token, it has an impact on who can afford to live here, the lack of year-round rentals. Well, lo and behold, they're seeing that in the Back Bay, the North End, and other parts of the city of Boston now. So we're working on that as well. When I had office hours here last week, your fire chief came and talked to me about the dredging issues around Saquatucket Harbor. I've been working closely with Congressman Keating's office to see how I can be helpful there. And certainly, I want the board to know if there's any interactions or anything you need from any state agency, i.e. DEP or anybody else that may be involved in permitting. I am happy to be a liaison, to bring people together, host meetings, twist arms, whatever it might take to be helpful to you in that way. And I guess I'll just conclude by saying, having sat here and seen your housing production report tonight and understanding the importance of DHCD and how sometimes some of their regulations, like as we look at these 3-bedroom units and what percentage have to be 3-bedroom, doesn't exactly fit us down here. So again, I would offer to be as helpful as possible in working with DHCD, including if you're interested, we could certainly arrange a visit by Secretary Cornegay to come down here, tour some of the sites that you have, meet with various stakeholders in the community, and kind of make an afternoon of it. Because I've found when somebody's able to come down from Boston, walk around a community, meet with the people who are really doing the work, it's tremendously helpful. And I have found her, and I would say really everybody in the administration more than willing to do that. There's a real commitment to our local communities.
That's great.
And I guess I'd stop there and ask if there's any questions.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Peter, any questions?
Thanks for coming. I appreciate it very much, and appreciate your work up at the State House. You mentioned the wastewater stuff, and for us, we're going to take to town meeting a package which tries to look at doing a phase, we call it Phase 2, associated with the Pleasant Bay watershed. It's going to be about $34 million. That's just the start.
Right.
Our plan over 40 years talks about spending about $220 million. When you do the math, you end up as an average increase in the tax rate on a $350,000 house of about $400 a year. It's
Right.
huge. It's huge. I don't know what the state can do, but to us, I think that would be the big elephant in the room that we need some help with.
Yeah, there's no question about it. And, when we talk about revenue, it's always hard to try to grab revenue away from somebody else. This is the problem we've had with trying to level out the Chapter 70. There's winners and losers. But with the possibility of new revenue coming into the state from the changing of the definition of short-term rentals, I think that's where we have to be vigilant. It's sort of a once in a legislative lifetime opportunity to try to level the playing field for our communities. There's a lot more information that I need to get from the communities to understand, from you guys, to understand where you are on that, if you even support that idea. But I will tell you that there is this working group that the Cape Cod Chamber has put together, and I know they're getting ready to take the show on the road. So I'll just kind of give you a heads up about that. But that may be rolling along quickly. The other possibility is through the environmental bond bill. We try to earmark that as much as possible, and
And I would encourage you in the potential financing to give some incentives for communities to work together.
Absolutely.
For instance, we're looking in this phase coming up and working with Chatham,
Right.
sending our stuff to Chatham. We're also having discussions with the Yarmouth and Dennis
Right, 'cause
as
you're
they
the-
prepare to do things. Potentially, instead of Harwich building a central facility by our landfill, we could participate in one in Dennis, and
Right.
the 3 communities could share in it. It would make a lot of sense, I
Sure
think.
would. Save everybody money. Often grant proposals work in such a way that you get bonus points for working in a regional way. And actually, I think in that so-called municipal weed whack bill that we did last session, it makes those intermunicipal agreements easier to be ratified among the communities.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Janelle?
No, I don't really have anything, but I wholeheartedly support the Airbnb initiative, as you might call it. So
Great.
thanks.
Thank you.
Julie?
I'm just wondering if you think you have any kind of timeline on when we might get an update as to whether or not we can get some help with the Saquatucket Harbor and the connection to the Army Corps of Engineers.
I don't have a timeline for you tonight, but I will follow up with Congressman Keating and find out exactly where they are, and I'll get back to you through the town administrator, if that's
Great.
okay.
Thank you.
Sure.
Angela?
I was just going to thank you for getting a hold of Keating on the Saquatucket
Yeah.
situation.
I was actually with him earlier this afternoon. We had a Cape and Plymouth County delegation meeting regarding the Pilgrim Nuclear Power Plant and what our approach is relative to closure, and then sort of what life looks like post-closure. But I didn't get a chance to ask him about this, and he was running back to D.C. But I will catch up with him.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, great. Thank you very much, Sarah.
Great. Thank you for inviting me in. Happy to come anytime. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Okay, can I get a motion on the oh, wait, hang on a second. Anyone else for public comment announcement? Can I get a motion on the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda and A, authorize the chairman to sign the application for a building official certification for Raymond Chesley. B, approve appointments as recommended by the Interview Nominations Subcommittee, which is Michael Hurley, Recreation and Youth Commission, expiration 2018. James Walpole, Trails Committee, expiration 2019. And Waterways as an alternate, expiration 2019.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda.
One more.
What is it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have one more thing.
I have one more.
I think you're done.
And with the addition of C, approve the final draft of the CVEC agreement with the Water Department.
There you go, now it's second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next up, under public hearings and presentations, is National Grid Project Update, Phase 1, beginning early February. Bill Sioka. Anywhere you want, wherever you're most comfortable. And thank you for the constant updates.
Thanks for having us on such a short notice. Didn't have a presentation to put up on the screen.
Thank you.
This is an easy follow along.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, we're back again. Hopefully our last time.
Sign, can you?
You sure can. One thing, you can aim for today. One thing, Bill. So the piece that we are, so for the audience to say.
Wait, you got to use a microphone, otherwise no one's going to hear.
Gotcha. So the piece in question that we are here to discuss with the board and the town is called the Eastern Segment, which runs from the Queen Anne Rotary, Queen Anne and 39 to Church Street. It's 1.6 miles of 12-inch. And this part of the puzzle is the first phase of the Mid-Cape Replacement Project. So we have been working diligently for the past 2 years to get this off the ground, and lo and behold, we're starting February 6th. We have been in constant contact with the DPW department. Chris Nickerson and Lane Cooper have been fantastic. We have also been in touch with Lieutenant Considine, the traffic lieutenant, who will be in charge of all the detail works with our subcontractor. Again, my name is Bill Sioka. I've been with the company for 22 years. I am the community liaison for this project and the Mid-Cape project. Brad Wheeler here is the project manager, and he's going to discuss a little bit about the contractor who was awarded the project itself.
Yeah, so we onboarded AGI Construction out of Rhode Island. They're a contractor that performs a ton of work for us, both in the state of Rhode Island as well as in the state of New York. So they have been awarded. They are in process of mobilizing. We're calling February 6th our actual start date. There will be some prefabbing of some pipe work out there. And we will be starting construction first along the intersection of Route 39 and 137. It will be night work for extended period of time. I'd say about a solid week worth of night work, and then we'll be going to a Monday through Friday schedule, 7 to 5 generally speaking, and coordinating with the local police department to have any type of signage, detours. We'll obviously keep one lane of traffic open for all the residents. That's kind of where we stand construction-wise. As Bill said, this is what we're calling kind of our first phase, getting out of the box. We have another 16 and a half miles left to complete, but this will certainly get us 1.6 hopefully in the books and, within about the next 3 months. Projects plan to take about 14 to 16 weeks, so it's about 3.5, 4 months to complete. There will be probably a little overlap with the Mid-Cape project. We are in process of going through a procurement event for that as we speak. We have not awarded a contractor yet. We are looking to award a contractor sometime in the March timeframe and to start construction probably realistically the end of April at the very earliest. So again, with this running about 14 to 16 weeks, there may be there may be some other activity in the town, probably further to the west, but nonetheless.
Yeah, so page 2 and 3 is the hard work of working with the town, DPW, Chris Nickerson, and Link, and their specifications are certainly, this is the permit that we actually have been granted locally to do our work. And page 3 is the actual requirements that they're requesting. Totally approved by the town, so that the lanes are open, the road is traveled, and will adhere to this particular, will adhere to these specifications for the town. On page 4, quickly, is a letter that's going out to every resident along the route, so that they know what's happening. If they're a summer resident that's coming down for the weekend in the middle of this project, they're gonna wanna know what's going on. So hopefully they'll get this mailed to their house where they get their tax bill mailed. We'll also be handing this out personally. We've hired the Delahunt Group as our consultants to help us go door to door. Each and every business in that area will know what's going on, when it's gonna happen, and my name and number's on there, so they can call me if they have any questions. This is also gonna be on the website. It'll be considered a milestone. So any resident can go to the website, they can ask a question, they can call, we will respond to them. And last but not least, to make this as quick as possible, is a contact list that Brad put together of every single person associated with this project, including the subcontractor, AGI, right up to the CEO of the company. So hopefully this helps to mitigate any problems we have. We've been working really, really hard, and the town's been absolutely amazing, helping us to achieve our goal of getting this moratorium behind us. This will not, by the way, affect the moratorium. It's still in effect. Once we get the larger end of that 16.5 miles complete is when we'll see that moratorium finally lifted, we hope forever. So I just open up for any questions unless you have anything, Brad.
Great, thank you, Bill. Peter, any questions?
The section that talks about the permanent repairs, it looks like, if I read this right, the section you're gonna work on in 39 will be completely resurfaced, curb to curb?
That's correct.
That's
So it's
correct.
full width, I'm just trying to
correct.
clarify,
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
And the pipe is all in the street?
Yes,
Okay.
yep.
And,
And those were the specifications that Link and
yep,
Chris
okay,
required.
right, understand.
Yep.
Understand. And I think you mentioned that at all times, at least one lane would be open.
Absolutely.
Have to work
Any
it,
emergency
obviously, so.
purposes, fire, police, yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
Lieutenant Considine's been amazing. He's a great, easy guy to work with, and we'll have enough details work. His concern was that if we were doing a lot of work, both in the Chatham, Harwich, Brewster area, would he have enough details?
Yeah.
And certainly he knows, he told us he can pull from as far as P-Town if he needs to. So they'll be dealing with him directly, AGI, on a weekly basis, daily basis, so that they'll know if indeed other resources are required as far
Okay.
as detail work.
And according to your schedule, it sounds like you'll be done before Memorial Day, unless we get some crazy weather or something.
Right,
Yep,
right,
exactly.
yeah, and I'm sure that we'll be required to be off the road by then, no matter
Be
what.
nice, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Janelle?
I don't have anything. Great presentation, concise.
Thank you. Try to be quick.
Julie?
I just had one question, which I see about the, any damage that occurs to the road shoulders is to be loaned, blah, 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 and then National Grid will warranty repairs for the life of the road surface against settlement or other construction practices. So do we get that in some type of a written agreement somewhere beyond just
Beyond
this?
the permit application.
Yeah, do we get it like any other type of a?
We can check with legal if that's something we can do. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is a legal document, this,
Yeah, I'm just wondering, well, I guess in terms of having it on file, like 30 years from now, when we're not here, and, you know,
Yeah, we
I'm
know.
just
Good point.
saying, you know, well, we won't have to worry
We'll all
about
be
it,
gone, but there'll be
Yeah.
other residents certainly here, yes.
Exactly.
We understand, 100%.
And the only other question is, do we need to worry about any kind of disruption to the buses, you think, in the morning? Do we?
So the Delahunt Group has been in constant contact with the service, I forgot what it's called, I'm sorry, it slips my mind. And so he knows exactly where, we know now
They're
exactly
going.
where all the stops are.
Oh, great.
They've been notified that we will be out there.
Okay.
Again, we've been trying our best to make this as transparent as possible.
Yeah, no,
And
that's great.
Just one quick note that this company, AGI out of Rhode Island, if anyone, including the president of our company, goes to the site where they're digging, there's a little bullpen that they call. It's a safety bullpen. No one is to walk up to that hole, because we're talking about sticks that are gonna be 80 feet long, 12 inches in diameter, and weighing about 5,000 pounds. So what happens is if myself, Brad, or the president of my company, or anyone on the board, or any town resident wants to go to the site, or happens to go to the site, they have to go to the bullpen and get debriefed and sign a document before they can access the site. Just that clarification. And we think that's a wonderful policy as far as safety goes, because
Yeah.
for us, it's safety and reliability that are our number one goals.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Angela,
I'm fine, thank you.
all set? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again.
Thanks. Good luck.
Chris, do you think we can get this up on the website, the announcement at least? Maybe the
Sure.
map? Great.
My question is, though, what's the definition of lifetime?
Okay, next up, Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee. To discuss first round of budget, we'll start with Monomoy. Finance Committee can come up to the table. And we'll take Scott Carpenter and Katie Acerno. Good evening.
We do have a quorum tonight, Big Town Committee, and I have the privilege of, as vice chair, speaking for our chair, who is, I get to speak for our chair, who is here but has no voice. And so I can say anything, and if I say something you don't like, it actually comes from this guy.
Perfect.
And we'll introduce as we ask questions. So we have a couple that refuse to come up with us, Ed and Rich, but I think
Mr. Chair,
otherwise-
would you introduce your committee, and do you have to call your
I'm,
meeting to order?
Larry Ballantyne, Vice Chair, Jack Brown, John Shorey, Mark Amps.
Mark Amorous.
Yes. Grace Loris. Who's that guy? Ed McManus. And Lori Gillespie is back here. Am I missing someone? And I will call our committee together, Chair, in order.
Thank you. Scott, Katie? Hi.
Well, thanks for having us.
And Janelle, we heard your compliment about being concise to the National Grid, and we'll try to do the same.
I've been told that
This looks great.
people would like this presentation to end before the Super Bowl begins, so we'll truncate it from 47 slides down to something less than Bob Sanborn will present a little later.
6.
So we'll just launch forward. What I've tried to do in the packet you have is in the packet that we sent ahead of us, we've tried to just give you, maybe more information than you need in a presentation, but to give you references to go back to on what the enrollment trends have been, what the Chapter 70 trends have looked like, school choice, you name it, it's in there. But if we'll just launch forward to talk about the guidelines that we've used as we developed our budget.
Assumptions?
Slide 8. So what we've tried to do is to have this be a budget that will support the great things that have been moving forward in the district,
And last year, we launched a strategic plan looking forward on how we can take this new regional school district and make it even better. So, so we have things in here that we're trying to do to keep moving that district forward. Within this budget, we maintain a class size guideline that ever since I've been here, we've tried to stay within. So our average class sizes at the middle school and high schools are 19 plus or minus 2 is what we're looking at for an average behind this budget. At our elementary levels, their class size is 18 plus or minus 1 at the elementary level. And the other thing that's really important to us as we develop this is to make sure that we're partners. I think this is a budget that we've reached out to Chris here in Harwich and to Jill Goldsmith, the town manager in Chatham, and routinely meet and just make sure that this is a budget that both supports the schools but also is within the fiscal wherewithal of the two towns. So, we're very sensitive to that when developing the budget. In terms of the assumptions, there's a projection here that our enrollment that we're looking at for next year is level. The foundation enrollment has been slowly ticking up, which means the school-age children in our two towns has actually been slightly increasing over the last 3 years, but it's a fairly small increase. It's a level-staffed budget. We have in this iteration of the budget, and this is what's changed since when I initially started talking budget with the school committee. When we first started talking budget with the school committee, we were using the governor's number, or we were using the budget numbers that we got at the end of last fiscal year. During the last week, the governor's numbers came out. The governor's numbers have now gone into this, and we have made sure that the budget number that Chris was carrying in Harwich is still the budget number. There's some other things that we've had to adjust as we have developed this iteration. We have a presumption here that school choice circuit breaker will be level funded with FY17. And one of the big factors that changed over the last couple of weeks in the budget is the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group has sort of locked in their rates that would impact our active employees about 12%. When we were putting the budget together initially, the tea leaves looked like it might be a little bit more. It's nice that it's at 12%, and some of the changes that happened as the governor's numbers came in have helped, we'll say, there was sort of a net fiscal wash as we put the budget together. The 3-year rolling average of children attending the district is one of the things that's built into how you calculate an assessment, and that 3-year rolling average has actually ticked for the first time since I've been here slightly towards Chatham. So I think there was a worry when I first came here that the number of kids attending the school district was just going to be constantly going down, down, down for Chatham and up, up, up for Harwich. It's leveled off, and it actually is ticked slightly towards Chatham, which is a change for this budget. Just quick things about the budget. In terms of enrollment, our district is a district where 12% of the students attending our district come from towns outside of Harwich and Chatham, and they bring with them tuition dollars. 23% of our district are students that come from Chatham. 65% of our students come from Harwich. Why don't we launch forward a few slides into the foundation enrollment? So as I said, the foundation enrollment for our towns is the blue bar. That's the total number of school-age children attending public schools in Harwich and Chatham. And if you look at that number, it went down slightly between FY13 and 14, and has been ever so gradually increasing. I think some of that is just us having that new high school in town. I think we're seeing some families come to us, and so we're not seeing a decline of school-age kids in our two towns. We're actually seeing a slight gradual increase. Good for both of our towns. The 3-year rolling average, as I mentioned, it has consistently for past years been shifting with ever so slowly increasing in Harwich's favor, has now leveled off for this year, and with Chatham having a slight increase. I mentioned about class sizes, and then the staff, it's a level staffed budget. So things that impact budgets. We have, for a regional school district, we have an excess and deficiency count, which is at the end of a given fiscal year, it's the funds that roll over and they're available, not unlike the free cash that a town has. A few years ago, we talked about, in a 5-year budget projection, is the school district gradually building the reserves. You know, we started as a new regional school district with no reserves, and we've been very thoughtfully using, a bit of this excess and deficiency to support each, subsequent fiscal year, but also trying to build that reserve. So you'll see at the moment the excess and deficiency was certified in the last couple weeks. We have $1.6 million in that excess and deficiency account. We're using to offset the FY18 budget, $333,000. In terms of school choice.
Scott, what's that $1.6 million number?
So the 1.6 million is the total balance of the account. So it's it's ticked up from 500,000 to to 1.4. So in terms of school choice, we talked about a challenge in FY15 where we were using more school choice. More money was coming out of that account than was going into it. And again, we have in the last 2 fiscal years and in building 18, we are budgeting an amount of money coming out of that account with the amount of money that's going into it. So so our school choice spending is a wash. And then in terms of circuit breaker are the funds that a school district gets to offset the costs of very expensive out-of-district placements or very expensive special education costs. We again are maintaining a balance within that circuit breaker account and using almost the same amount of money that's going in is coming out of it as we build the FY18 budget. And then last but not least are the tuitions. We're projecting that the school choice tuitions coming into the district are level with last year, and that we're projecting that our charter school tuitions are level with last year. We've actually seen a slight decrease in the amount of tuitions that the districts having to pay out, which again is a good thing. It's news that we're doing things right, that families are slowly staying with us, and it's a challenging thing to change overnight. There's a lot of families that already have older siblings that are someplace else, and the younger siblings follow, and it's just trying to make sure that the families that are with us are happy and that ultimately stay with us over the long haul. So our budget drivers, as we look into the next year, we have broken our budget drivers down into 3 areas. There are our contractually obligated drivers. These are the things like our teacher's contract. There's our busing contract, and just what there are things that are going to be going up that we're already locked into with contracts. And also included in this are the health insurance increases. These increases represent 92% of the total increases that are happening within the Monomoy budget. The next slide takes us to initiatives that started this past year that we're continuing within this budget, but they're things that we've started and now have to pay for. For instance, we started last year a new math curriculum, kindergarten through grade 7. The math curriculum we put in place, but it has consumables that were never in a budget before. So the kids didn't have workbooks that they were getting each year. Now they're workbooks year after year. So we have a little over $32,000 in consumable workbooks that are added into this budget. We also, in 8th grade, have a new science curriculum. We have a great interdisciplinary oceanography curriculum at the high school for our 8th grade science, and we have a new 9th grade physics program that all 9th graders are having physics in 9th grade. We're trying out textbooks from publishers this year for both of those classes. We know which buck we want. We have to pay for them now in the FY18 budget, so you've got science textbooks there. And then there's a thing that we would like to see happen within this budget, and that is, I had mentioned when I came before this board earlier in the year that one of the areas where we need to see emphasis is at the middle school, and to raise that middle school academics and to really raise what's happening in that middle school. And one of the things we want to do is a one-to-one initiative to, starting in 5th grade, have the middle schoolers have a Chromebook and have the curriculum wrapped around that Chromebook, just like it happens at the high school. So what's happening at the high school with the Chromebook, which has been fantastic the last 3 years, start that in 5th grade. What we have done in this budget is chose at the middle school to lease the Chromebooks in this budget as opposed to flat out purchase the Chromebooks. To start that process, there's a $33,000 startup cost for that, for the cost of that annual lease for the middle school Chromebooks. And the last of this 3 slides, there's a series of improvements that we have been looking at for the school district. One of the things that comes up every year is how long the ridership time is for some of the rides, the routes in our district. We have a lot of geographic area to cover, and as we regionalized, we had 10 buses in Harwich and 3 buses in Chatham, and we came together and kept using the 10 buses and 3 buses, but a lot more movement happening, particularly at the middle school and high school. What we were finding, particularly in Chatham, is 2 of the 3 Chatham routes for elementary school had ridership time well over 45 minutes. And we felt we need to add 1 more bus in Chatham at the elementary level, which would then help us reduce the ridership time for the middle school and high school. We did a presentation last week at the school committee meeting. With the extra bus, the average ridership time for all grade levels is going to be under 40 minutes, with some of the ridership time down towards 35 minutes. So it's a good, and that would be the average maximum ridership time. So I got an email from the Cape Cod Chronicle before I came here, kind of asking about adding that bus, and do we need that bus to flip start times? One of the things that we're doing next year is we're flipping the elementary school and the middle school, high school start time to align really children's circadian rhythm with the time that the schools are open. And the question was, is that bus, what's here, $62,000 for that school bus, is that sort of a cost of flipping the times? And it actually had nothing to do with flipping the times. Ideally, it might help us make the total time required between the elementary start and the high school start a little bit shorter, but it really was trying to address a problem that was completely independent of the start times. We also did a presentation before the school committee, or I did a presentation a couple months ago about the advantages of having a Volunteers in Public Schools program. And Falmouth has a wonderful program that they have in place that has thousands and thousands of volunteer hours that happen because of it. But it has a very well-organized and thoughtful sort of administrative component to that. I talked about the benefits of adding that type of staff person into this, and that's part of it's in the sort of strategic plan for the school district. But as this budget stands, funding that isn't in the cards at the moment. We had also talked about the need we've had our athletic program is starting to continuing to blossom at both the middle school and high school, and to provide some clerical support for our athletic director at the moment in this budget. That one gets lined out. And lastly, diversity training through an organization called Visions, Inc. We've had to kind of line that one on. The hope was, as I was initially talking with Chris, is if the insurance rates came in favorably, and the governor's numbers from the last fiscal year held, we'd be able to go and accomplish these things too. what turns out to have happened is the minimum required contribution, I'll kind of get to that here in a second when we talk about assessment, shifted since last year, and it shifted towards Harwich, which is on some level a good thing for the town. It's an acknowledgement that fiscally some wealth factors for the town have increased, and so the state is saying that the town of Harwich should be paying a little bit more for the schools. But we had already talked about a budget number for for Harwich, so we have had to back into that number, and these things that we had hoped to accomplish we'll have to look at in another fiscal year, unless for some odd reason between now and town meeting more favorable numbers start coming the town's way and the school's way. If we look at the budget, our total budget that we're looking at is a $38,115,065 total budget, which is a 4.8% increase in the budget, or as Chris would point out, Scott, I'm only looking at the operations here, which is a 5.2% increase in the operations. There's a difference between budget and assessment, and so we'll get to what the assessment increase, which is the bill that actually trickles down to the towns. But before we do that, just one other thing that we want to just raise is the capital piece that's built into this budget. One of the things that I've talked with Chris about is I think at the moment Chris is carrying the capital funds behind this budget as a potential capital exclusion for the town of Harwich. So in the next couple slides, it lists the things that would be happening under that capital exclusion that if if it's not supported by the towns and at town meeting at the polls, things that they get shifted off to a future fiscal year. So, just a sort of cliff notes on some of the things at each of the different levels where it impacts our students. At Harwich Elementary School, the biggest ticket item is a renovation of the cafeteria area at Harwich Elementary School. The elementary school has a cafeteria which is we'll call it semi-subterranean, and it's where the after-school programming is. It's dark. It needs new lighting. It needs to get brightened up, and it needs new flooring because there are some kids that spend a lot of time after school in the after-school programs in that cafeteria area. So we feel it's important to go and update that. The other thing that Katie and I are quite proud of, along with our facilities department, our custodians, these buildings, if you go walk through them, are, I would argue, in better shape today than they were when I came here and we inherited this district. We're doing our best on our end each year to keep improving those, buildings and to have the investment that the town's initially sunk into them hold. So at the elementary school, we want to go and see, for Harwich, renovating that the cafeteria is a big ticket item. For the middle school, we talked about this one-to-one initiative that we want to launch. That starting cost of those computers, that's in this overall maintenance and technology plan. And for the high school, the computers that the high schools get, the Chromebooks that the high schools get, we have on a 3-year planned replacement cycle where we replace a certain number of them each year. So ideally, every 3 years, each high school student is getting a new Chromebook. So we have, there's $28,000 a year that's going into that renewal. We would have some kids that would be using that Chromebook for a 4th year if this were not to pass. So the other thing to understand is if the capital exclusion doesn't pass in Harwich, the funding that would be capital for Chatham also gets gets reduced from our assessment on the Chatham end. It's not that Chatham then pays the capital piece. It's the assessment for both towns end up, Chatham gets reduced for their assessment. The capital piece for Harwich would get reduced as well. I'll spare you going through all of the graphs on where the money comes from and where the money goes. Ultimately where the money comes from is the biggest factor comes from the assessments from the two towns. It's the residents of our two towns fund the schools. Primarily, state aid is really just 8% of our total budget. And then if we sort of launch, what's that? So if we launch forward to budgets versus assessments at the end, the assessment is the bill that a regional school district is giving the two towns. That assessment is determined in part on the number of children that are attending public schools in the two towns. The way it gets broken out is dictated by the regional agreement. The minimum required contribution plays a big piece of this. As I mentioned, the minimum required contribution for both towns has increased. It's increased slightly more for Chatham than for Harwich. When we went off of the numbers from last year, it swung appreciably towards Chatham, and then with the latest governor's numbers, it has dampened out. So so there's a slight increase in the minimum required contribution and a slight increase in the number of students that has a little increase in the total number of students that are from Chatham. In terms of the bottom line, punch line, which Chris, I think, always wants me to just start with, sort of like Scott, just start with slide 42. Save us all. So I'm sorry, I should have just started with 42, done a mic drop, and walked off. The punchline here for an assessment, the operating assessment for Harwich is a 3.58% increase over FY17. When you take the debt included in that, the total education spending for Monomoy Regional for the town of Harwich is a 3.03% increase over FY17. You'll notice that Chatham's increase is just slightly more than that in each of those categories, and that's because it's a slightly higher increase in that minimum required contribution and a slightly higher increase in the percentage of students from Chatham attending Monomoy. The last thing that I just want to put on your radar screens, regional school districts have the ability to go form a stabilization fund. Just like there is an excess and deficiency account, there is another type of account that regional school districts can fund. It's an account that anything that you would use funds to borrow for, you can put money in there. So if we want to go and start preparing for replacements of roofs out in the future, if we want to look at having a reserve fund of money in case one of the pickup trucks that we use to push some snow this time of year dies in the middle of the winter, that we've got somewhere to go for it, we would need to create a stabilization fund. The regional school district at the moment doesn't have a stabilization fund. To create one, it actually requires a vote from the selectmen in both towns, and it would require a vote of the school committees. So I'd like to put this on your collective radar screens as we look forward. It's something that doesn't have to happen for this budget season, because in order to put any money into the account, you actually have to have a line item in your budget. And since there is not a stabilization fund created, there is no line item in the FY18 budget to start funding one. But I think it would be fiscally wise for us as we look towards 19 to create this account and start looking at putting some monies away to have that rainy day fund for unexpected capital expenses. That's something to look forward to. And then if we go to the last slide, I want to make a formal invitation here to the Select Board next Thursday, the 9th. What we would like to see is if we could get a number of people from this board to come to a joint conversation about the regional agreement. Under our charter, the regional agreement is supposed to be reviewed, and we're in that sort of timeline to go review the regional agreement and decide, are there things about it that we should change to make the way the district operates work better for the schools and better for the towns. And we started a conversation. I believe Mike was at our first conversation that had some members from each town, but I think the more people we can have as part of the conversation. We've taken some of the feedback from our first conversation and had a lawyer go through a once over look at the wording, and it would benefit us to go through another round of that before taking it back to the towns and saying we would like to have what do you call it, a warrant article to look at the regional agreement and take it before the two towns.
Scott, with that, there was somebody that was supposed to come and give a presentation to all boards and the school committee?
So the want at the time was to have the lawyer who was with Murphy, Hesse, Toomey, and LaHaye when the regional school district came together. We've reached out. He's really retired. So there is a lawyer who we have been working with for the last 3 years who could come and be there and brief us, and has been part of this conversation since, and has taken the comments from the last meeting and put them into lawyer terms.
Okay, thank you, Scott. All set? Okay. I'm going to open it up to the Finance Committee first. Jack.
I'm Jack tonight. Thank you. And I actually will read a note that Jack has given me, and that is, we would like to meet with you separately as a Finance Committee to ask questions in more detail as you get your budget. And we can talk about that going forward.
Just let me know when.
Okay, thank you, Scott. You threw out a lot of numbers. And one number I liked is in the most recent iteration of this, you've reduced the assumption on health costs for employees from 15 to 12%, so that's going the right direction. But if I read this right, your slide 37, you're showing an operating increase of basically 5.5%, and that then drops down because the debt is, we're starting to pay off debt, so then that's reduced some to 4.84%. For me, I'm a little disappointed in that because we were hoping to get these numbers down to more like 4.5%. So, a little disappointed, but you're doing a good job. I'm hoping you'll continue to look at it. But if I understand it correctly, this number then doesn't include the capital exclusion that we have to go for. Will you write the warrant article then for that, the 224,000 capital exclusion? Is that?
Well, we had one drafted a couple years ago, so we'll use that same model for this one.
And so the expenditures actually is 38 plus the capital exclusion then.
So if correct me if I'm wrong on this.
You went through a lot of numbers.
So that number includes the capital.
So the 305 is where that comes from. 80-some. Okay.
So in this, there was 305,000 of capital in the last budget.
And that's part of the exclusion.
And there's 305 capital in this budget that's being carried on the Harwich side as a capital exclusion. But But, so the percentage increase on the capital was 0. The percentage increase on the operating was the 549.
Okay. Does it show up here or not then, I guess is my question. The 305 represents what we're expecting to go to the town meeting?
Mr. Chairman, we would do the full assessment amount. What we did a couple of years ago, Larry, was we did the full assessment amount, and then in the motion itself, it had a certain amount from raise and appropriate, and then a certain amount contingent upon the passage of a capital exclusion.
Okay.
So it would be the full amount of our assessment would be the amount, and that would include the capital, but broken into two funding sources.
I'm just trying to understand the numbers that you have. Just one side question to show my ignorance, but, which is not that hard probably, but what's the Lexia reading program?
So the Lexia Reading, it's an elementary reading program that students can use both at school and at home. It had been covered by a grant for past fiscal years, and the reason it shows up here in the budget
I'm all for
part,
reading programs.
yeah,
I'm just trying
is
to
that that grant withered, so the program that was, we find it valuable and we want to keep it going, but now we have to go and carry it in the operating budget rather than on a grant.
Okay. We'll bypass Jack. John?
Larry, will you pass the mic down? Thank you.
John Torrey, I just said, thank you for doing your presentation here. And just one quick question on the excess and deficiency account. How is that invested, that 1.65 million?
It's,
Page 10?
it's not invested,
It's not accruing any interest?
no, it's really our retained earnings that are there, that, sort of equivalent to retained earnings for a business, but it's just part of the operation, and it's money in the bank.
It's not incurring
Like in a
any
money,
interest?
like in a money market?
So it is
Yeah,
accruing
yes,
some
yeah,
interest?
Right, exactly.
Okay. Are we limited to where that can be invested? Or how it can be invested?
Yes, basically you are limited, because the availability of the money would be within 1 year. You're limited
Right.
to short-term, and then you're also limited to the type of funding locations you can park it. So money management, money market funds are more traditional passbook type. Minimal dollars is what you get.
Minimal dollars, but there are some variations in money market accounts, and does anyone look at that variance in money market accounts?
We have a very active and knowledgeable district treasurer, Don Mercure, and he pays close attention to our investments and our opportunity for the best location for our funds.
Right, and 1.65 million is not a large amount, but it is a good amount. And even any incremental percentage, how small, in a money market account can be achieved. So I'm just curious.
And when you look at the assessment, one of the numbers that gets offset is, we reduce, from a revenue standpoint, is what we project for our interest. So that does help support the overall budget the next year, the interest that we earn.
And could one construe this excess and deficiency as a stabilization fund, though?
The difference is that a stabilization fund, if something came up and the district had a stabilization fund, let's say a roof collapsed, we could use that money to fix the roof. If we needed to use excess and deficiency, we would have to get permission first of the two towns. And the two towns would choose to either hold a special town meeting to approve that money, or by not holding a special town meeting, in essence, you're approving the money. So a stabilization account gives you a more immediate need.
More flexibility in
Right.
spending.
But it's for capital needs, though.
Okay.
Rich, you could do the mic up there if you'd like.
Rich Larios. I'm on the Finance Committee. Couple things, just on what you're talking about just now, retained earnings. You just hold that. And what use do you have for it?
Excess and deficiency.
I understand that, but
Chris?
Mr. Chairman, just, in terms of, for a town's perspective, we do a E&D account or free cash. That's the turnover of money on an annual basis. Hold on. And then what we have is, we have a stabilization fund where we have $3 million that we have in our stabilization fund. So as we go, last year we added $1.7 million to that. We do invest that a little bit longer term because we don't anticipate we're gonna use that right away. I think the request that they're making tonight is to do something where they can do some investment in the longer term and have a resource that's available to them over a period of time as opposed to annually done as excess and deficiency.
Yeah, but I also think, isn't it the ease of using it, much like the funds that the town uses?
Yeah, I can only, on the town side, our
Golf or
free
whatever.
cash is available to us with a simple majority vote, so it's more accessible.
They wouldn't have to go to town
Stabilization
meetings.
is
What I'm
two-thirds.
saying is, you wouldn't need to bring the two towns together if you had the stabilization fund, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
I'm not
So my
as-
point is, can money in that in the fund that the retained earnings, couldn't that be transformed into the stabilization fund?
It could, but there's a process, and you have to have the vote. I'm trying to get to that slide. There's the two towns, the school committee approves it, two towns would approve the creation of a stabilization account.
Okay.
And then we would have to fund it by a line in our budget, which we don't have in FY18.
But you could fund it with retained earnings.
Yes.
That's fine. That's
Right.
that's
Yeah.
one thing. On your page 24, not that you have to go back, you talked about your, contractually obligated drivers. And you're saying that they're 92% of your expenses currently. Do you expect that 92 to stay current, or is it going to increase? If you know this is coming, do you think this is going to get higher?
Well, I think that one of the big lines there was health insurance. That was the only thing that, in that category, that we were anticipating was going to change as we were starting to develop the budget. That's now been.
Sorry, we're dancing right now. Okay, we had it.
So health.
We had that moment.
Health insurance has now been locked in, so so the rest of those categories, we knew going into the development of the budget.
Yeah. Going back to the 305, the makeup of your capital, at what point, and maybe Chris, you can, at what point does, or do some of these items become actually operating costs rather than capital, listed as capital under the 700 series? I guess that's the capital account. There's stuff like replacements, like $2,500, $5,000. That I question leases. Are these capitalized leases? I mean, leases normally are operating expenses. So I don't understand why that's in capital.
Mr. Chairman, I think one of the things, and this is a better question for you guys, but I know on the town side that a capital item is anything that's over $50,000 that has a lifespan of over 5 years. And I don't know if you have that similar standard that Monomoy uses. I don't believe you do, but that's a standard that we use in town for determining capital-related costs.
Well, just from an accounting standpoint also, if you have a 3-year lease, you normally take it as an operating expense. So why would it be under capital? You're talking about your computers, you're talking about, when you talk about Chromebook replacements, I'm assuming the replacement is under a lease agreement. You're not buying them, you're not owning them. And the other thing, it's nice, we've gotten all the expense side, and you talked about your truck pushing snow and so forth, dying. I think when the Finance Committee meets with you again, I'd like to see the balance sheet, what kind of assets we're talking about, and even if we talk to other departments that have assets, much like your truck that pushes snow, what year is it, and when can we expect that to be a capital item that could cost us, $50,000, $60,000? I don't know. You got some capital, you have some real assets that aren't showing, and you've got expenses that are looking at are appearing to be assets when in fact they're not. They're not. If they're leases, they're not assets. Real simple. So, I mean, when you meet with us again, if we could have a breakdown, this looks real good, but I don't agree with it. So that's my point.
Thank you.
But a good job. I mean, it explains everything. I just think we need the next layer down to help us.
Chris is up next.
Yeah.
Larry?
I would like to just say, you know, I do think it's important that, I think they have a roof that's in outer years of about 500,000. So creating a stabilization fund or that for capital purposes and start to salt money away in that to address some of those bigger issues will take some of the edge off. I think the point really is that we have a certain standard that we use for capital, and you may want to just define what your capital standard is for the schools, you know, for the school district.
And one other thing,
Go ahead.
in this, the diagrams are great and the presentation. Is there a debt schedule?
We have it, it's not
not
there,
here.
but we have it.
When we meet again, can you bring the balance sheet and the debt schedule, please? Thanks.
Ed?
Well, as to the question of the capital and the capital plan, which is listed as maintenance and technology, and it isn't so much that the technology is capital, it's just that historically, in Harwich anyway, the way technology was funded was not funded through the operating budget, but through an override, essentially, debt exclusion. And so, you know, it's, yeah. But all technology, but all technology, whether it was bought or leased, was paid through, not through the operating. I mean, that's just sort of the tradition. It's maybe a tradition that in the future needs to be changed, but that's the sort of explanation.
Thank you, Chair. I think
You're all set?
we're
Great.
set.
All right, I'll start with you, Angelo.
I think you need to work on getting your stabilization fund in order, but I think one of the things you have to do is define it. I don't think it's a place you should keep your capital money and your emergency money. If you're going to do that, have two separate funds, and the emergency money should be something that can be spent simply, and the capital money has to be something that gets voted at town meetings. So I think you need to define those, and I think Rich may be correct in looking at what's really capital. We're spending the same amount of money, so it's not going to change reality. It's going to change how we designate what they are, and let's try and do it what is appropriate.
All set, Angelo? Yep. Julie?
Actually, I'd like to go back to that because I'm thinking, you know, we could look at it opposite. We could say we're going to go ahead and buy these computers outright and have to worry about them being outdated fairly quickly. And ultimately, a lease, even though maybe it costs a little bit more money, it's still within the capital, because the alternative would be that they went and bought the
I think
computers.
Just to quickly chime in, the high school computers, we have purchased, not leased, or the high school Chromebooks. We started into this budget process looking at, and I think when I last came to this group, looking at purchasing those computers. But again, so what, in trying to make sure the number we bring here falls within the number of our two towns, trying to tackle it all in one fiscal year and purchase, shifted over and became, let's go lease for 3 rather than purchase in 1. And I do agree, Angela.
Oh, I don't care whether you purchase or lease it. You should do what is most appropriate. I just would like it accounted appropriately, that's all.
Well, then
And you don't.
Sorry, go ahead.
And you don't, lease things and put it under capital, that's all.
Go ahead, Julie.
So then, I guess my other question then goes back to, you know, if it's better to ultimately budget for the purchase of them, then that kind of answers my other question, which was on the whiteboards, you know, which are great things and really work well in the classroom. So on that, the 20,000, we're buying those. They're no
Right.
part of a lease. Okay. Can I just ask one other thing?
Sure.
On our capital, I don't know if this falls into capital maintenance or what, but have you guys looked into the Wi-Fi and the telephone in the auditorium at the high school? It just, or in the school, I guess, in general. Like, there's so many dead spots.
So the Wi-Fi at the high school should be fairly strong, but
Okay.
if there are dead spots, I think when we first launched, or opened the high school, you know, there were dead areas, and, you know, we've different
Yeah,
different
boosters and-
different Wi-Fi hubs, Wi-Fi hubs around the. I haven't heard anybody from the high school say that there were spots within the academic areas that aren't
Yeah.
getting the reception to impede the educational program. Where we hear that now are at our 2 elementary schools. So we had a big push this past year to get the Wi-Fi completely renovated at the middle school to make way for a one-to-one initiative, so that we're ready in terms of infrastructure for the students to all have Chromebooks and to have everybody have the connection. But those Chromebooks, as the high school Chromebooks may have, if there's some that may still have value after 3 years, that we can cycle down and have more and more kids at the elementary schools using them. We need to make sure that the Wi-Fi at the elementary schools is robust enough. And at the moment, there's far more pockets of needing Wi-Fi support at both Harwich Elementary and Chatham Elementary. That's sort of part of our sort of long-range planning.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for your presentation, it was great.
Go ahead.
Can I just ask a question? You raised a subject. If you could figure out how to buy only a third of the books, you know, as you pass them down, you might end up wanting to buy them instead of lease them. But I think you just have to, it's what we do with our fire trucks and whatnot. We schedule it out, not to buy them all at once, but to buy them, 3 years apart. That may work for you, whatever's best.
Thank you, Angela. Janelle?
I had just a couple questions. When we're talking about foundation enrollment, I know that a lot of Harwich Elementary students actually attend Chatham Elementary School. So is that accounted for in the numbers when you're taking the new Chatham Foundation?
Well, it is. So when you look at a foundation enrollment for a town, Harwich's foundation enrollment would include all of the students who are at it includes all the students that have Harwich zip codes that go to Chatham Elementary, Harwich Elementary, middle school, high school, that go to DY, Nauset, and also those kids that go to Sturgis or Lighthouse. They're all included in that foundation enrollment. So it's everybody attending a public school except for the kids that go to Bob, to Cape Tech, which is they would have a separate group that they're not part of the foundation enrollment for the district.
Oh, so even if they were school choice to Nauset or to
So,
Sturgis?
Right,
or-
because it's any child that we're ultimately financially responsible for.
Gotcha.
So the kids going to Nauset, we still pay the $5,000 plus for those students. The kids that are going to Sturgis, we're still paying $15,000 plus for those students. So they show up in our numbers because we're fiscally responsible for them.
And then my other question is about the Harwich Elementary school floor, cafeteria school floor. It seems really high, $85,000. And I'm aware of this because it's dislocating my children this summer to Chatham, which I'm not totally psyched about. But if this doesn't pass, does that mean, well, first of all, it's really high compared to like sealing the floors is only $2,000, but this is $85,000. Does it include like the teachers' area and the bathrooms as well?
Katie's very well versed on this floor.
It does not include the bathrooms, but the issue is that the cafeteria floor is on a cement slab.
Yeah.
And to replace the tile, we have to bring it all up and put in a vapor barrier for the moisture. Otherwise, we're gonna have the same problem. So what we're really looking to do is put in a nice, it almost looks like a hardwood floor laminate, flooring that'll be up a little bit raised above the cement slab, so that we won't have the buckling that's taking place. And either way we go, even if we take it all up and replace the tile, it's still expensive because we're adhering it to cement, and the moisture problem is a problem. And also just the lighting needs to be upgraded. We're working with, hopefully getting some rebates for, getting to more efficient lighting in that area and painting. So we wanted to do this last year, but by the time we got the shell shock of the price from when we went out to bid, and said, well, let's make a vow to do it next year. And last year, we ended up at the middle school converting what was the middle school principal's office into a conference room, which was well needed in that building. So I'm really, really hoping that this happens, because that cafeteria really needs a boost in the arm.
In the 85 is also lighting, not just floor.
No, that's the floor. That's to
just
do
the flooring.
flooring.
So
Yep.
there's no, I don't see anything about lighting in here.
We're working on that.
Okay.
With the grant through Cape Light Compact.
Oh, okay,
Yep.
great. All right. If it doesn't pass, is MCLP going to be able to stay there, or are they definitely going to Chatham for the summer?
So I think we'll have to sort of look at what projects we are going to be able to do this summer if it doesn't happen. Harwich Elementary School could use, and what I've explained to parents, a deep clean. And just so for those who on the boards who don't understand what Ms. Brown's asking is, I've kind of communicated out to our MCLP, Monomoy Community Learning Program, that does an after-school program, but also does a summer program at Harwich Elementary School, that because there's going to be so many things that we're going to try to tackle in that building, we're really focusing on Harwich Elementary this year, like we focused on the middle school last year, that it makes a lot of sense for us to displace the programs. And one of the key things we want to do is give the building a what I call a deep cleaning. I was teasing Sam Hine, the principal, because there's so many programs that happen at Harwich Elementary that I was there doing a little tour of the schools a few days before opening day. And none of the hallways had been waxed yet, because you can't go shut down the whole building and get everything waxed when you've got lots of little bodies and adults moving through. And it really could just use that sort of shut down, bring our custodial staff over there, do a lot of interior painting, get the building sort of up to where we were able to get the middle school this past summer. So I think a lot of it's going to depend on what projects we can't do if the funding isn't there. But the plan is to displace for one summer the MCLP from
regardless, right?
Yeah, but I think I think we'll have to do a big step back and reassess what will we do this summer in terms of projects that are going to clearly get scaled down all over, and we'll have to just sort of pick and choose what are a couple of priority projects given whatever's left in the budget.
Okay, thanks.
Peter.
Could you tell us where you are, status of your labor contracts?
So we have wrapped up our custodial contracts for the future 3 years. Just a few weeks ago, we have our teachers are in the second year of a 3-year contract. So we would be this time next year likely negotiating with our teachers, looking out beyond FY18 for the next 3 years.
Okay, so your level staff contractual obligation is a pretty firm number.
Correct.
It's not like you're in negotiations
No.
with us, pretty firm. And I guess my only observation would be, you know, in the world of Proposition 2.5, which we all have to live in, a 5.5% operating budget increase just isn't sustainable. I mean, you know, I'm hearing people worried about a $33,000 lease, whether it's lease or capital, whatever it is, and you got a $38 million budget, and I'm just pointing out that 5.5, it's not sustainable. It really isn't. The town's gonna suffer at some point, so I don't know. I think that needs to be a discussion at some point in time, where the future is going. And I understand that, you know, we have the same issues with health insurance, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, we're all dealing with those same issues. That's it.
Great. I'm all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bob?
Just hope the town administrator's report is brief.
Next up is Bob Sanborn from Cape Cod Tech. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity.
This one, right? Okay.
Well, I know this is the FY18 budget presentation. I'm Bob Sanborn. I'm the superintendent at Cape Cod Regional Technical High School. Should I get a swivel chair? First, Peter, nice shirt.
Somebody has to have
I
school
love it.
spirit,
My-
right?
My wife gave me a 12 jersey before I
Want
came
this
here
one?
tonight, so I wish I had worn it, actually. So I'm going to touch on the building project as well, and I'll go as fast or as slow as you need me to do, okay? First of all, some thank yous to Lee Culver and Bob Furtado, who represent the town of Harwich on our school committee, and their school building committee is ably represented with 4 members of our 25-member school building committee. Chris Clark, who I want to thank so much, and Lee Culver, Paul Funk, who is also on the Monomoy School Building Committee, and Bruce Young, who gives some fire expertise to our work as a school building committee. So I want to thank them. I want a reminder that First Southwest is our financial advisors on this school building project, and they will be at our school on February 6th at 3 o'clock from 3 to 4. And really, this has come out of my first round of going around and questions about how is a project financed. Here in Harwich, you're kind of used to it, but this is a 12-town financial proposition if approved, and we will also have our bond counsel there. So questions about how the vote is done, which I have talked about to this committee previously, but they can answer that, how the ballot's prepared, and also financing. So that's at 3. And then at 4 o'clock, we will have our finance consortium, which really just presents this budget that I'm going to present to you after I go a little bit into the school building project. Okay? Where are we? Last I was here was November 7th, and we were starting the process of looking at alternatives that were presented to the school building committee. And on November 30th, you may have heard that we did choose a new construction. And on January 4th, the preferred schematic report was sent to the MSBA with that new construction choice as the preferred schematic. On February 15th, we hope to go back up. We went up on the 18th of January, which isn't on the slide, to talk to them about the preferred schematic, and answered all their questions, and we hope to go up to the board meeting to move into schematic design. So I apologize for the smallness of this, but this is a rating scale that was utilized by the school building committee as they assessed the many different options that are across the top. And the number one criteria that the school building committee decided upon was educational priorities. What was in our ed program? We had visioning sessions. I talked about that previously when I was here in November. But how does it adhere to the educational program, what we see as the future of Cape Cod Tech? The second priority, number 2, was project cost, construction costs. Obviously, the numbers out there, it is a number that Cape Cod is not necessarily used to, but I want you to know that the school building committee was looking at project costs, very importantly that it was number 2 on the list. The third was impact on students, staff, disruption, impact on enrollment, because we are in a hyper-competitive educational environment on Cape Cod. The situation with enrollment at our school with a long phased renovation would have severe impacts on the ongoing education. So that was a criteria. And then it went down to other costs. things that would not be reimbursable, temporary classrooms, rerouting roads and things of that nature, the actual time period it would take for a renovation, the costs associated with that, the excess time. Safety was looked at, how it fit on the property, that obviously applies to new, and then impact on abutters were the 7 criteria, and this was what the school building used to look at the different renovations. Really quickly, these were the options presented to the school building committee. You may be familiar with base repair. Base repair is basically just fixing some of the things that are broken. It is required, so meaning if we did nothing to the facility to adhere to an educational vision, they estimated $35 to $65 million worth of work. To start to adhere to the educational program, they proposed several renovations. You see, reno only would be in the current footprint of the building, and I've been before talking about some of the minimum square footage issues that we deal with, talking about the open concept that our school was built upon, how carved up it's been over many, many years. Working within that footprint would have been very, very difficult, but they estimate that at 123 to 125 million. When I presented these alternatives to you, by the way, in November, the numbers were a bit higher. They have come down. Everything, I think at the time I was preliminary draft estimates. These are still, I'll take one of those away. I got preliminary and draft, but they're not fully costed out, as we would say. We're further down in the process. The ad reno put a 20,000 square foot addition straight off what is our old main entrance, which is really what you look at, which should be our main entrance, but for ADA compliance reasons is not. And that was estimated 142, 144 million. And that ad reno was where we started to have something that adhered to the educational program. And as you see, as you go down, the other renovation option was an ad reno that really tore the front of the building off. And all of these renos were estimated to be twice as long in duration. So even though project cost was #1 on that list I just shared with you, as it became apparent that with the cost differential, the delta between new and renovation, with the exception of that reno only, which was really not something that the school building committee ultimately considered. We looked at all of them, but using that criteria, it really didn't pass the muster. And even there, it's not small money, but it's not a huge difference between the reno only and new construction. So the option was chosen to be for C2, which is over on the right-hand side. The current facility is right in the middle. C4, which is to the left-hand side, which is right here, C4, that's right on our septic system. Right away, that was ruled out. And I want to say that this C2 new construction choice was unanimous. We had devised a pretty elaborate way for people to vote via survey. It became very apparent what people did and did not think would be right for Cape Cod Tech. And C4, C1, and 3 went away very quickly too, because C1's on our football field. It's also sunken down on the site. And you saw on the previous slide, the price really wasn't a difference in price. So it was how does it sit on the property, and then the C3, we have a residential neighborhood right behind our school. Impact on the abutters was one of the criteria that was used by the school building committee. So C2 sits up nicely. It's off to the east side, and that is where the new construction option was chosen. So how that would sit if approved, remember, I'm not going to go through that tonight, but we have an October 24th district-wide vote that this will all culminate in. We'll learn a little bit more about that at the meeting at our school if you so choose to come. But the new building sits on that east side of the current facility. It's very faint. You can see the faint outline of the old facility, but the parking lot is sitting upon most of that. It maintains almost all of our fields, although they'll need some upgrading just because of their age. But they're not being destroyed in any appreciable way. We actually gain a field right here, and the septic system would also ultimately go there. These fields this actually is another field gained. This would all remain. So the site is not disturbed. The main road in really stays the same. There may be temporary roads for when we're in construction, because this, if approved, this new facility would be very close to the old facility. So there's going to be some safety concerns and obviously probably some rerouting to for protecting the students during construction. But the key is, for the 2 years that they estimate a construction project would take, the students would be virtually undisrupted. The impact on education, with the exception of parking would be, a lot of parking, a good amount of parking would be lost, because that new building there sits on our east end parking lot, which has a tremendous amount of spaces. So some temporary parking may need to be created down in this area here, but those are decisions for OPMs and architects as we go down further, if approved in October. So that's where we are with the building project. And February 15th, we hopefully go on to schematic design, where more cost estimates are done, more definitive numbers to this project. As you see right now, it's at about 144 million, 43 million. It's an exceedingly large number. I realized that when I entered this. I thought this was going to be a renovation. And I'll just give you one example why new became obviously cost, but one of the things, cost drivers, is the skin of our building. The entire facade of our building is compromised. There's been 6 test holes were drilled into the side of the facade. The bricks were porous to begin with. Some people who were on my school committee from the beginning talked about low bidders. The way it was adhered to the brick was not sufficient, and there was a tremendous amount of water infiltration. Obvious that water had infiltrated and not been able to escape. At one point, there was a ceiling of the building, which at the time I think was thought to be great to protect the building. It actually kept some of the water in. And so the building envelope and exterior, and then the roof and the way that interacts would all obviously have to be replaced. And that's one of the things. ADA compliance is driving up those numbers significantly. Hazardous materials behind that brick is asbestos. And there is asbestos within the building. Not considerable amount, but it's mostly in joint compound. We were finished in '73, I believe. First class went through in '75, but we don't have a tremendous amount of asbestos, but we do have hazardous materials, and so that's what's driving up those numbers. That's what drove it up. So I do have an attachment that I gave you, which has an initial impact. I said, see attachment for Harwich, financial impact. There's something you basically can't read. It looks like this. That's for the whole district. I was told I didn't need to bring copies, so I apologize to the Finance Committee. Everybody else has this, correct?
Yeah, it's
Okay. It looks like this?
Yes.
Okay. And for the Finance Committee, what it shows is a $144 million project, which we're already down a little bit below that number. And this was brought in by First Southwest. They're already running new numbers on 141 and 143. A 30% effective reimbursement rate, which it's not conservative, it's about right on, which I'll explain in a minute. And this is 30-year level debt at 5%. Now, I say 5% because that's conservative, because we would not be going out to borrow for probably a year or more from October 24th, 2017. So for conservative numbers, the building project is still high. It has room to come down, especially in new where there's less unknowns. The reimbursement rate, you heard Sarah Peak, we're working with the delegation to try to drive up the overall, the published rate. But as you know, in a building project, there's the published reimbursement rate, and then there's the effective reimbursement rate, because a tremendous amount of things are not reimbursable by the MSBA, which I'm sure you found to be true. They have many different thresholds for the site work, for the FF&E, fixtures, furniture, and equipment, and also they have a per square foot limit on construction costs, and that's $312. And this right now is estimated at $500. So there's a considerable delta. Just in that number alone, it's about $40 million of unreimbursable construction cost. So as I said, we're working with our delegation to hopefully bid up the reimbursement rate because of our economically disadvantaged numbers. 35% of our students are labeled economically disadvantaged. 55% of our students are labeled high needs, which is a combination of economically disadvantaged, special needs, and ELL. So we're working to have our reimbursement reflect the kids that are in our building today, because the vote will be this year, and it's the kids that are in our building this year. That could have an impact of about 3 to 4 percentage points if we're successful with what Representative Peak mentioned. So the 30-year level debt service right now is a 16-cent per thousand impact on the tax rate in Harwich. It's about $787,000 over those 30 years. That would be in the debt schedule. I know it's exceedingly high. We're working to bring it down. This is a worst-case scenario as we speak. It will not be this high in the end. But I'm giving you conservative numbers on what I know today. And maybe I should stop there. If there's any questions on the building, and I can go into the budget if that works.
Sure. Peter?
I would just, on the financial part of it for now, whatever you think the total cost is, and you take Harwich's 12% or whatever it is, just say the Harwich portion of it is about, pick a number, 15 million or whatever the number is. Because people are running, I mean, I run into people all the time that say, how can Harwich afford a $150 million school?
Yeah.
Well, Harwich doesn't have to build a $150 million school, or $40 million school. They have to participate at about the 12 or 13% level in building this facility. So our, you know, our cost is more like whatever that number works out to be.
That number, the worst-case scenario I'm presenting tonight, with debt, I'm sorry, with principal and interest over 30 years, is about $23 million. And keep in mind, I've had some conservative things here that could go our way, like the interest rate, maybe the reimbursement rate bumps up and the project cost comes down, because there's still a tremendous amount of contingencies in the numbers that are being presented to us. There's still a lot of unknown costs as we move into schematic design and things become more obvious. Thank you, Peter.
Thanks. No, thanks.
Janelle, do you have anything on the building?
No, thanks.
Julie?
No.
Angela?
Thank you, Mike. Question, 30 years versus 40 years? Are you restricted to 30 years? Could you expand that to 40 years?
I believe 30 is the out number, but I can get an answer to that, and that's another reason for the 3 o'clock meeting on Monday, because the debt world for Cape Cod Tech is a new world if we are approved for this project. In our 42 years of existence, we have not come to Harwich or any of our 12 towns for additional funding. It's everything, and by the way, the board has the line on budget. The bottom line of this budget, the $14,732,000, that has everything in it. That has capital in it. That has operating expenses in it. It always has had that. We've always provided the entire line item budget and never come back, except for the $250 we asked from all 12 towns. That's $250,000 total for a stabilization fund, which I recommend highly, by the way. And that's what's covering the costs, along with local funds for the OPM architect feasibility study and schematic design phase of our MSBA project. If you recall, that was a $1 million budget we were working under. But my point is, we've been doing it for 42 years, and our operating budget just can't keep up with the issues of the existing facility.
Thank you.
Larry,
real
I just
quick
want to,
follow-up.
the 30 years is the max on a school building
Yeah, I'm
project.
getting a signal from Ed.
Yeah. But
Give me
things,
hand signals.
some things that have been talked about, but more on at the 3 o'clock meeting, temporary borrowing in the beginning when you first started, maybe giving another year of flexibility for towns. These are the types of things, that's why we bring on a First Southwest, and also 20. It could be 2 sets of borrowings. What's the most advantageous thing for this project when we ultimately get to the number and hopefully approved? That's the one we're going to pursue.
Well, just one comment. I'm a little surprised that the reimbursement, or the max of $300 some per square foot, seems to be the same for all schools, where your demands, you mentioned economic needs, but also you're doing a lot of technical things that drives those costs up, but they don't recognize that aspect of what you're doing then.
They really don't. You know, there's a lot of, the high bay shops, as they call them, are, you know, there's a lot of cubic feet involved in a vocational technical high school that is not involved in a comprehensive high school. So your point's well taken.
John?
Thanks, Bob, for your presentation there. Just educational questions for myself. How many students go to the school presently overall?
I'm going to show that, but we have 621 students as of October 1 this year.
And a little bit to follow up on Larry's question is what drives the cost of a $143 million high school? You know, this high bay, you would say, you said high bay, and I said, well, geez, that seems like it should be cheaper to build a high bay because there's no structure involved. So
Right.
what are the high drivers of a technical school versus a normal? I mean, Monomoy, we spent, what, 50 million on? You know,
Basically, you're building two facilities in one. We are a full academic high school. All our students are under the same mandates for MCAS testing, so we have all the core subject areas. We're not going to have a full academic offering like a Monomoy because half of the time our students are in one of our 17 programs. But you're building basically a manufacturing facility and an office park at the same time. It's an exceedingly complex project. The site is sloped a little bit. That's another thing that's entering into it as we look at designs. But primarily, it's the cost of the technical areas on top of a regular academic high school and integrating all that. And making sure that the HVAC systems are separated, especially for the stinky shops, for lack of a better term, like your auto collisions, where you can't have those venting in a manner that affects the classrooms, the academic classrooms. You know, I think that's pretty much what's driving it. And the market. They're looking, as I said, right now the number that you're hearing is based on 500 square feet. $500 per square feet, and that's pretty darn high. Minuteman Tech just was approved. They had a $144 million project. They had 18 technical programs. We're going to be billed for 15. They have approximately the same amount of students. It was $144 million, and that was based on, well, that was approved in September. They will be going out to bid probably in the late fall, early winter of next year. So we're about a year behind them in this process. So they were 144. So it's expensive. It's expensive to build vocational technical education.
Is it the fit out of those 17 programs? You know, the costs of the equipment for those 17 programs?
Yeah, if you talk about health technologies, there's going to have to be a science lab in there. In dental, you're going to have, it basically looks like a dental, a dental office where you have all the connections. Auto tech, auto body. You talk about all the infrastructure that you need within a facility like that, and the accompanying HVAC systems. We do have programs that are like graphic arts, which will be design and visual communication, which are much cleaner, very much like a classroom. Our information technology program, our engineering technology program, those will be very similar to an academic space, but much bigger, because you need the space in vocational education. But yeah, the infrastructure of the 15 programs certainly drives up the cost.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
Anybody else can comment? Lori, Rich, Ed, Mark?
Follow up from Angela.
When we were involved with the building of Monomoy, the state had a number of high school buildings to look at.
Yes.
Do they have the same with vocational?
No, they don't have a model school.
Well, if they don't have model schools, it strikes me it's a perfect thing to try and get with Sarah Peak to get them.
They're actually
change your goal, because the amount of money they're giving you doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. What do you mean?
I mean, the amount
With the
of-
reimbursement
yeah,
rate.
reimbursement money doesn't make sense.
Well, we get killed. I mean, any state formula down here on Cape Cod, we don't win, and primarily because of property wealth. The economically disadvantaged number is helping us a little bit, but to the point you're about model schools, they've even disbanded that for the comprehensives now.
Thank you. Go on to the budget.
Oh, yes.
Get a follow-up, Ed?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, when we did the Monomoy schools on the reimbursement rate, because we were a model school, I believe that was accounted for a 5% increase. We also had the benefit of being a newly formed region.
That's correct.
Which we got I believe, 4% for. As an existing region, you don't.
No.
Which,
They don't look backwards.
Which seems somewhat unfair. But, there were a number of things like that. We also did the green building, highest level, and got three and a half, I don't know. Yeah, something like that. So, you know, all of that was things that we were able to slide into, some of which are just not available for a tech school.
Yeah, thank you, Ed. That's true. The green points we're pursuing, and we're also maintenance and capital planning. We're going to get points for that too.
Great, thank you.
So on our FY18 budget, I'll go pretty quickly. We've been working on it since October, and we have just finished it. We presented to our school committee in January. These are the members of our school finance committee, subcommittee of the school committee, and a lot of great work has been done. It really starts in the summer, where they get all the information from the different technical areas and academic departments and compose an original budget, which goes before them in October. I did talk about enrollment, but this is the history of enrollment of Harwich students at Cape Cod Tech. It's always been around between 11 and 13% of our overall enrollment. There's currently 77 students as of October 1 from Harwich. And that enrollment across the district breaks down like this. We're up 3 students in total, primarily driven by an increase of 10 students from Barnstable. And you'll see that we did gain 2 students in the town of Harwich for our October 1 enrollment. And this is just a brief history of enrollment. I would say that Cape Cod Tech has weathered the demographic decline relatively well. Obviously, you see a trend downward, but we've stabilized, and as Scott said in his presentation, in getting prepared for the MSBA project, we see enrollment leveling. Really, we used to have a pick of 1,600 eighth graders to choose from district-wide. That's down to about 1,100, 1,200, give or take the year. And that number is remaining relatively steady moving forward, as long as they don't keep expanding Sturgis. And the budget we're presenting tonight, that I'm presenting, is a 1.89% increase. And I want to show you just you see a little history there. We've always been under 3 with the exception of FY16, but that had the 250 I alluded to in it that went right into the stabilization fund to help this MSBA process. And I remind that we actually had a negative budget for the first time since I've been there, and I've been there since 1994. We had a negative 0.5% budget last year, as we were recognizing our per pupil spending that needed to be addressed, but also the fact that there were less pupils. So this 1.89% budget is a little another effort at looking at those issues. So it's $14,732,000 in total. I'm going to skip this slide because we're both regional districts. This is what I use for a town to say you don't pay for these things within your budget, but you do. So I'm going to move on. Where does it come from? It's same with Scott. $12 million is going to be coming in the form of assessments. 81% of the budget, almost 82, to fund it. State aid has gone up. We got $20 a student, which accounted for about $12,000. That probably will go up in future. We're assuming 58 in the budgetary process, I should say. We're assuming 58% reimbursement rate for transportation, and we're devoting $150,000 in local revenues. This is just a look at revenue in general, proving the point that the burden, I think it's been relatively stable, but it continues to increase since 2011, and really this chart's never changed. It continues to, because state aid stays about the same or may keep up with inflation. So where is it used? The biggest, obviously, is our teachers' salaries, and that's where the rubber hits the road in a vocational or academic high school, and an extremely important part of our operation. The next biggest number is your insurances. As you can see, 12% increase in insurance never helps. We're hoping a migration to these new plans if we can bargain them. With regard to bargaining, we are in the middle of a 3-year contract with all of our unions, and it's a 2.25% increase for all wages. We have 5 unions in our school, and it was a 2.25 through FY19 is our bargaining, with our bargaining units. This is really just a table representing the graph you just saw. Just a word about capital on the bottom. We have been reducing that, and I'll show you in another slide, because we're hoping to get into a project. And this kind of brings it out that salaries are going up very minimally, 0.74%. We have had taken advantage of some retirements. Our teaching staff is turning over the last several years, so we have been able to do that. We are adding one position, not in FTEs. We're down 1.5 teachers in total in this budget. However, we are adding a technology integration specialist as we infuse more technology. We are also, we are not on a one-to-one initiative as of now, but we almost have a device for every student when they enter the building, Chromebooks. And this integration specialist will help with professional development in helping teachers to utilize that technology effectively. Benefits in total, that's your dental, long-term disability, life insurance, and health insurance is going up 5.73%. Materials and services, primarily those are things, are services for students that are mandated. That's most of that 8.92. There are very minimal increases in materials. It's more services for students. As I said, we have almost 55% of our students are high needs, and that's the combination of economically disadvantaged. And we don't use that as a crutch. If you look at our MCAS performance, we're exceedingly proud of the efforts and achievement of our students, but they come with services, and that's the big reason for that increase. Really, in transportation, we did fund homeless transportation at around, don't give or take, about $19,000, because we have dealt with that issue in several budget cycles now. So we want to put aside some money for that. That went up 3%, and all the other remaining numbers are going down. Insurance is insurance for the rest, general insurances, and workers' comp was the one that really gave us some savings as our experience got better there. And then we're decreasing the capital budget again. You see it was at $855,000. That's when we had the 250, by the way. That was with the 250 in it. Typically, it's been around what you see in FY15, the 630. But we're down to 465,000. Really, we're in a preventative maintenance mode with the facility. If it doesn't need to be fixed or replaced, we are not doing that, but we continue to keep the building. I think we've been excellent stewards of the taxpayers' money for 42 years. We had to get the MSBA to take a tour to convince them that we needed a project. So that's what sums up the 1.89% increase. The cost to educate a child per day has gone up less than $2 per student. And the budget drivers are salaries and benefits, as always. I've kind of gone over that already. One thing I do want to mention, we are addressing on an incremental basis other post-employment benefits. Basically, most of it's the value of the future health insurance for our retirees. And that liability at last audit was $5.6 million, which is a huge number until you think that used to be 17, since the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group's been making a lot of inroads in the cost of retirees' health insurance, shifting some of the costs of the federal government through Medicare. And our OPEB balance is $330,000. We're devoting $80,000 in this budget. We haven't invested in the Plymouth County Trust, which, because this is not a pool of money that we would need to get at a moment's notice, it can be invested a little more aggressively, and the Plymouth County Trust is the vehicle we're utilizing to do that. Finally, assessments, the last page. For Harwich, the one that would be most important to you, you know that it starts with the minimum contribution, which just came out last Wednesday, and there's an increase for the town of Harwich because of the increase of 2 students, and also a little bit of an increase in the overall percentage of students from Harwich as a percentage of our total enrollment, because you saw several towns went down in enrollment in that slide I showed you earlier. We have a 3.5% increase in the assessment to Harwich because of that increase in enrollment. So I believe that is the last slide. I can bring that back up. I don't want to hide it, but I'll open it up to questions.
Excellent, thank you. Larry, you want to start?
Good job. I have no questions.
Okay.
guess it's getting late in the hours.
Scott should have gone second.
Really had me hopeful. You had the presentation up there, my name, Cape Cod Tech was up there. I'm like, oh.
You all set? Julie?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Janelle?
Thank
I just have a question about the community school. Is that part of all
Our
of this?
adult ed?
Yeah, how does it, how
Yes,
does
it's-
it work into your budget? It's not specifically.
Totally separate revolving fund.
Okay.
That operates on its own revenue and expenses.
Okay.
No, there's nothing in this budget that feeds that.
Peter?
Just to be clear, on the health insurance, your increase is 12%?
That's correct.
Everybody else is,
That's
right?
correct, yep.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Excellent job, by the way.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, and thank
Go
you.
Patriots.
Yeah.
Go Patriots. I'm reminded by our non-vocal chair that we would like to meet with you separately at some point. Is-
Oh,
is
certainly.
some time to go through some of the details.
Certainly.
We'll be in touch.
I don't even know if it's appropriate, but if you want to come to our facility and see it,
That's a good idea.
I'll put that in the,
Okay,
we could do it 2 for 1, but that's just a thought.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All set? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah, we have that, that's ours. So next up is,
Mike, I think just to be official, we should call our FinCom.
you should.
I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second. Oh, I make the motion.
Jack seconded
Get
it.
a second, Jack? Seconded, right, thank you. All in favor? We're adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much. Okay, next up under old business is action item register. We can keep this brief. Is there any updates on the?
I think with, with the lateness of the hour, if we could just pass over, there were some updates, but we'll bring them up
They're
in the next
highlighted
meeting.
in yellow.
Thank you.
They're in the material.
We'll bring it back in a couple of weeks. I was gonna bring up, board members, what they're doing, what they're working on anyway. Julie?
Can I just say, I didn't see my, we sat down with Link and Jerry.
I can't hear you.
We sat down with Link and Jerry.
Yeah, I do need to craft something. I'll craft up a
Okay.
memo. I have the note to myself
Okay, I
to
just
do,
wanted to
and we'll
follow up.
update.
All right.
Okay, next up is the final draft of the wastewater informational guide. You all have it in your packets. Any, Sharon, would you like to give us an overview of changes? No? Peter, go ahead.
I'll give you an overview. Last week, I think you voted, or at least the consensus was to take the comments that we had put together and take them back to David Young to incorporate in the document. The current document they have does not include all those changes, and I think it's important that they do for whatever reason. I mean, he just gave it back to us. For instance, at the very end of the document, it talks about the magic average cost of the taxpayer is $400 a year on a $350,000 house. People are going to read that and just go crazy. What we wanted to put in there in addition to that, or a lead into that, was to do this next phase, which is the Pleasant Bay watershed, that the average impact over the next 4 or 5 years while we do that phase is about $100. It's significantly different. So there are items like that that were not addressed, and in my opinion, they need to be put in there just to make a better document. So,
Okay.
and I know Sharon agrees with that.
So we'll bring it back next week?
Well, we like the direction to just say, put them in there, David, and, be done with it.
Chris?
Yeah, actually, I think I can coordinate. We'll get David on the phone and get that squared away. Just 3 points that I wanted to make really quick. DEP is, we're anticipating an enforcement letter. I think Nantucket voted something down, so they're going to kind of say, if you don't comply with the CWMP, what happens? We do anticipate that that's supposed to be out shortly, and that may be something that's important to have in the document if it comes out. Secondly, I did have somebody in the office today that had talked about, we talk about the cost, whether it's $100 or $400. I think people do need to realize that we're putting the system into the street in front of their house. They're still going to be obligated to bring it from their house to the street and then do the connection cost too. So I think for full disclosure, we need to tell people it's not $400 and you're done totally. I think that's an important piece. And then just on the capital outlay, I think it's important on phase 1 that we do show in there that we did the Muddy Creek and that we got a lot of grant dollars to do that. I think that was a very successful project. It was $6 million. I think we need to show people that, the town has been good stewards when we've received money to do the project. And, I think when you see those real estate ads that show, sold, 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 there's a rationale and a psychology that you want to show people that there's a successful element to what we're doing.
Okay.
So just those couple comments would
Is
be-
David clear about the changes that we want? Or,
He was given a marked up draft. And by the way, to the point of the Muddy Creek, there's different numbers in there relative to what the town actually spent on Muddy Creek, so it's important we get those numbers right.
Right.
right, so, Sharon?
Sharon has the right document.
Sharon Flieger, member of the wastewater committee. Let me just catch up on something that you just brought up. One of the things that Peter and I had talked about was not including that 2013 funding in phase 1, and you're now saying you want to keep that in. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Along with that, there were other modifications or corrections or comments that both Peter and I had that were not included in this update. So
Say it.
is it all right if I go back to David, and since Peter DeBacher isn't here, is it all right if I go back to David and ask him to include these comments that we had agreed to last week? Is that appropriate?
Mr. Chairman, just so David doesn't have too many masters that he's trying to answer to, I think either myself or Charlene can meet, go over those, find out what you need, and then we'll get it squared away with him. If we can have him come out, I don't know when their next meeting is, if it's Wednesday.
Wednesday.
So we'll have him stay over Wednesday and just get it squared away.
We have
All right.
Thursday, we have them
And we have
Thursday
them
for the
Thursday
discussions
for-
with
All right,
Chatham.
now, we had that meeting on Wednesday, all right? And if you guys want to meet with him, I don't have a problem with that, but I'd also like to be there, because this was given to him before, and for whatever reason, it wasn't all made. So either Peter Hughes or myself, I believe, since we were the ones that added these comments, should be involved in that conversation. I don't care who else is there, but I think one of us needs to be there to clarify what we were trying to get at.
Okay. Chris, you'll facilitate that.
Yeah, I don't have any issue with that. Thank you.
Okay, because there were some other things that we had asked to have put in there, and I thought David was going to do that, and that had to do with adding more information about the Conservation Law Foundation.
Correct.
There is a little in here, but there's not a lot. As far as the document that you said that was coming from,
DEP.
right, if that's not available, and I want to ask the Board of Selectmen on this, my recommendation would be is to leave that piece out to get this out and include that in the next one that comes out. Because I don't know when you're going to get that, and if we keep waiting for that to put in this document, it's going to hold it up. Go ahead.
Peter?
I think we talked before, this is a starting document, which is the most extensive one, the handbook. There'll be follow-on documents, particularly one that addresses, maybe it's a two-pager, that just talks about the article. And, we can put that information in there, and we can put more funding in there. I think at this point in time, it's important to lock this thing down. We were saying that last week too, but lock it down, and let's get it out there so that we can put it to work.
Yeah, so we'll hold off on, we won't wait
not
for that
readily
other
available.
document.
And the rest of the changes you can meet with Chris about.
All right.
And quite frankly, I have a concern in that it's one thing to tell people we're threatening them, or somebody's threatening us if we don't do it, that something's gonna happen. But we also need to do this for the right reason, and that is we need to clean up, in this case, Pleasant Bay, so.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, I'm on to new business. Community Preservation Committee, review of applications and potential warrant articles. Bob McCready, Chairman. Bob, you don't have a quorum with you, do you?
No, there are three of us here.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bob McCready. I'm the chair of CPC. After getting invited to the meeting this evening, I did have contact with Selectman McCaskill to get clarity on the meeting. And what we discussed was that this was intended to be sort of the beginning of I think, a community education process looking forward to the towards the use of CPA funds in the future. So I thought I'd start with some background and then bring us up to the current. May have to go back and forth with the glasses. The town voted and started participating in the Community Preservation Act in 2005. Our first articles were 2006 articles. The act provides that we have a committee and have as many as 9 members. Right now there are 8 members on the committee. Most of them represent different commissions or committees in town, crossing a wide variety of activities. I won't go through all of them, but the listings on our website and described. There are also two selectmen's appointments on the committee. Over that 11 years so far, just to quickly kind of get to some of the numbers that may be helpful for some people listening, we have committed over $17 million has been committed and spent on projects. That includes the fact that when we adopted Community Preservation Act, we adopted what's actually known as the Modified Act, because we're one of the communities that effectively converted its existing land bank fund to Community Preservation Act. In so doing, it inherited the existing community land bank debt and debt service, which continues to be paid off today and will be for another 4 or 5 years before it's done. We did adopt a 3% tax surcharge. The choice was something that the town had to make as to how much, even if they were going to adopt, how much they would adopt. They did go for the 3%. There is also a match that the state makes. For the early years, we were getting a match of as much as 100% of our tax revenue that from the state. This year, it's down to 23+%. Substantial change in the funding match from the state. The state actually went ahead and voted. The legislators voted a few years ago, 3 or 4 years ago now, to allow themselves, actually, because of what's changed with Community Preservation Act funding, to allow themselves the possibility, if they had excess budget at the end of the year, to have a vote and add some more money to the pool. That has also decreased. The first year, they fully funded what was available. They have to do it. They have to take an election every year or make it available, and that's another reduction in the total funding available. But still, over the 11 years, it's, again, over $17 million. So we've been spending, on average, around $1.5 million a year on projects that cover historic preservation, restoration, affordable housing, community housing in one form or another, open space, mostly purchases of open space, and recreation projects, particularly in the last few years. There was an amendment to the Community Preservation Act done 4 or 5 years ago now to allow for more flexibility in communities to be able to do work on recreational work that was not necessarily directly attached to land that had been purchased with or projects that had been done previously with Community Preservation Act funds. In the case of Harwich, that means that we've been able to do things like we're now into phase 4 on work at Brooks Park, not a park that was created or funded originally with CPA funding, but has been able to benefit from this change in the act. So there has been a lot of, over the years, a lot of applications and a lot of work that has been able to be funded with Community Preservation Act money in the town. In terms of the way that the process actually works, we haven't had, maybe we should have, but we haven't found a need to have before an actual start date each year to the process. We do update the application which is on the town website for the community, in the Community Preservation Committee area, which also has a summary of the committee in front of it, and then all 4 parts of the application, which is fairly extensive and fairly detailed if you take all 4 of the parts together on the website. We update that every summer, generally the July-ish, and then update it on the website and make copies available in the town administrator's office anyway. We also, with the application, we made it, over the years, we've made it a little earlier to try and give ourselves a little more time. Time is part of the problem with the applications, that we now are using the first business day in October as the due date. That leaves us basically October, November, and December to review applications, get applicants to come in and discuss their applications with us, and spend additional time of the committee discussing the applications pretty much between themselves. We've encouraged people in town to come earlier whenever there's an opportunity to talk to people, particularly at our meetings, to, if they've got ideas or possible projects they want to come to us, to do so. There is a public hearing that we hold, again, generally in the summer, July, maybe August, a public hearing that fulfills part of the Act requirement that has, and I have gotten quite clear that that is the requirement that the Act has, is for a public hearing to try and get input from the public on their ideas, needs, comments, whatever. We hold ours generally in the summer here. We, now with the town having, we used to have to vote even earlier than we do. The town moved its article time frame a little bit back in the last couple of years, so that we've been able to have our votes in January on the applications. We just finished voting last week, actually. And we ended up this year with 5 applications that we voted to support, roughly $250,000 of spending this year. I'll try to give a little comment on where the money is now, but I will say it gets a little confusing. And I may have to put my glasses back on at this point. The confusing part tends to be is timing that we have to work with versus the accounting department of the community. So I'll start with at least the fact that at the books for Harwich at June 30th, 16, we're showing $3,200,000, and I agree with that number. We're all in sync. But what happens in the case of Community Preservation Act and the other articles that you'll be dealing with is that everything hits on July 1st. So that, while that's a good book number at the time, that as of essentially the 1st of July, the voted applications for over $2.1 million were now available to spend in the year that we're in currently. So essentially at the beginning of July, what there really was left, if people went and fulfilled their applications, was under $1 million at that point. And those are the numbers that are available to us, or that we look at in the fall when we start meeting, to start looking at how much money we'll have available. And we have to make an estimate, reasonable estimate, but perhaps using the prior year numbers, on what the revenue has been for say last year's revenue that the town got from Community Preservation Act, And we also know, again, reasonably close, the debt service number. So we take both of those into account and in trying to make sure that we don't commit or understand what's available for the different pots. That's why I say it's kind of a moving target, and we're dealing in front of the money. So we're making decisions now based upon estimates of what's going to be available in July 118, just as people are for their other articles in town. You want to know, I know we'll be back again in a couple of months to actually review the articles. I don't know if we want to go over talk about the 5 that we're.
If you would just mention the 5 that were
Sure.
approved. We don't have to get into depth about them, we will go back.
We voted 3 recreation articles this year. They are the supporting Phase 4, the Brooks Park renovation, which is to do, again, it's essentially the final phase, I think. There's a proposal to add a group, I think about a dozen fitness stations around the track that was built, the track and the fields that were built behind the community center, which were also done with Community Preservation Act funding in the past, and to completely replace the irrigation system at White House Field. Over the years, there have been multiple articles with regard to continued support of the activities at White House Field, and eventually, I think they've all gotten supported. We've pushed back. I think the Recreation Department and Eric have done an excellent job at working on their applications to assist in getting support. The fencing at the Evergreen Cemetery needs to be replaced, and for those who aren't familiar with Evergreen, it's one of the cemeteries that has the granite vertical pieces and piping in between, and the piping is in pretty bad condition, and that does and will be replaced. And again, there have been a number of articles over the years supporting various work done at various of the cemeteries around the community to keep them in better shape, and for both repairs and, in some cases, safety issues. And some chimney restoration work at Chase Library. Again, Chase Library has been able to benefit on a number of occasions, probably a handful of different articles over the years to keep the Chase Library in good condition. The town also supports the Chase Library at town meeting on other standard article. And those are the 5. It's about $250,000.
Thank you, Bob. I'm going to open it up to questions from the board. This is about the process and about the 5 articles that were approved. We don't want to get into why things weren't approved. Angelo, anything?
Nope.
Julie?
No.
Janelle?
Nope.
Peter?
I'm good, thank you.
Bob, the people that are interested in CPC articles can come to a meeting. Who do they reach out to get on the agenda to explore the idea, and how early can they do it?
We make sure, in the case of our committee, that all of the members and their email addresses are listed and available. They can certainly communicate with any of them. I'm certainly happy if they communicate with me directly. Otherwise, I suspect that they could reach us through the town administrator's office if for some reason they were having difficulties.
And that's at any time? They can start now for next year?
That's absolutely right, sure.
Now, is there anything that precludes us from applying for CPC funds now at a special town meeting in October? Why does it have to be done once a year?
Well, I don't think there's a have to. I'm not sure if there is some, I actually don't know if there was some vote taken at the beginning of the process in 2005 or 2006 that established it as a practice, but the town has, as long as I'm aware, has had a practice of having, of running one cycle of Community Preservation Act funding aligned on a calendar standpoint with the annual town meeting. We have at times found that articles, for one reason or another, did have to get submitted to the, through special town meeting. But I'm not aware, off the top of my head anyway, of our doing any fall special town meeting articles.
And the process on the articles that you guys are deliberating on, is there a specific person in, say, historic, take the Arbor House for instance, is there a specific person on the committee that has to make the motion? Is there our historic appointee that makes the motion, or does anyone on the committee make motions?
There is not. Anyone on the committee can make a motion. Certainly, I think it, that would be in, again, I'll pick on the recreational people. We just had our final votes last week, and I think in that case, the representative from Rec did in fact make motions for all of his articles. So there is nothing either precluding or making that a standing rule.
Okay. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you very much. Thanks
You're
for
very
your patience tonight.
you're
This
very
is
welcome.
the beginning of more of an education process. Thank you. Next up is the Historic District Historical Commission, Brooks Free Library color change. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to, I guess, make a couple comments. I will keep them brief in light of the hour. But Sean Libby went to the Historic District Commission meeting a couple weeks ago to petition to have the work done. He, at the direction of the board and at the library trustees, I think that it was clear to both he and I that the intent was to keep the building white. So the application was submitted as having it retain the color white. At the meeting, I did not get a chance to attend the meeting, so I didn't get a full flavor, but I did talk to Mr. Libby afterwards. Probably a long story short, there was an extensive amount of discussion, and they asked for him to come back. He was asked earlier in the process, certainly this board's aware, to establish what the color coding was of that building when it was originally constructed. He did do that. He had a paint analysis done. That paint analysis was requested by the Historic District Commission. He did provide that information the night of the meeting. But I think he also gave the strong indication that where we only have funding to do a portion of the building, does it really make practical sense, if you would, to go and change the color if it's only going to be on a third of the building. So I did reach out to the town attorney just to get a sense, and I did provide that material in the Selectmen's package, that if the, I'm just going to kind of paraphrase here, that if the owner wanted to keep it at the same color, then he should have filed it, I may get this wrong, but as a certificate of appropriateness is required for a change. So if the library trustees wanted to change the color, then we would have to file for a certificate of appropriateness. If we're going to leave the color alone, I can't remember where the reference is, there was a different standard to file it under. So if we have filed it incorrectly, I guess it would be my recommendation to... The certificate of non-applicability would be what we would file it under. But I guess I'd like to go back and have Sean go back at the next meeting and just try again to say that if we should have filed a certificate of non-applicability in order to retain the color as white, that we would make that adjustment so we can move forward with the project. There has been a leadership change on the Historic District Commission, so I think it makes some sense to see what that leadership change actually means in practice when we go back. But I think that there will be some issue, if you would, if we're expected to change the color and we don't have the funding to change the color, and I think nor do we have the inclination of the owner to change the color. But I think it'd be worthwhile to have him go back. I can't remember what the meeting is in February. I think it's a couple weeks away. The third Wednesday of the month. So I guess it would be my, and this is more just a status report and an update for the board. But the work has been done by the outside architect to do it in accordance with the historic preservation standards necessary to make sure that the paint is being done in the appropriate manner based upon the type of material that the building is constructed of.
Thank you, Chris. Peter?
I'd just say when we went through the whole process of reviewing the proposal for, getting the work done over there, that the one element that showed up there that I think everybody was questioning was the paint sample analysis. And, we're all sitting there saying, well, it's going to be white, so why do we need to know? And if I remember the discussion, it was, okay, we're going to do the analysis, we're going to know what the colors are, and they figured it out. And then we're going to put that chip or whatever in a drawer. I remember that distinctly. And we're just going to know in the future, if we ever decide to paint the whole building, maybe we want to think about it at that point in time. Never was their intent, at least in the library trustees that I know of and from this board, to start talking about changing the color of that building at this point in time. So, the project has gone from something that was relatively straightforward to something that's now getting a little bit more complicated. And I think it would look pretty funny if we did a third of it in whatever color scheme this is, and the rest is white. So,
I have nothing.
Yeah, I have a question on that because my understanding was what Peter just cited, and also when I had attended one of the trustees' board meetings, it was pretty clear that they wanted to keep it white. So I guess my question is how, so this came about because Sean went to a historical meeting and then they were asking for this? Or they
Yes.
were saying that we didn't?
Yeah, I think there was a suggestion made that they would like to potentially have it changed to the original color. So
Okay.
that was,
Because I remember when I attended the meeting, it was that they had come to an agreement to spend those funds to do the color, and that was sort of an agreement that they had come to, that they would go ahead and spend that extra money to have that analysis done, even though they didn't want to change the color. So I don't understand.
I do think there could be a little bit of confusion in terms of, there are other towns when they adopt the bylaw, specific bylaw, the rules and regs, that they can determine color. In what was done here in Harwich, that was not done as part of our rules and regs. So there could have been, and I think hence the reason to get the interpretation too from the attorney, just to make sure that it's clear that, the rules in Harwich are going to be interpreted as the regs are so drafted.
Okay, thank you.
Angela? Yeah, I think that in the lawyer's letter back to you, Chris, it said paint colors should be chosen with consideration for surrounding buildings. And if you drive Harwich Center, with the rest of the buildings, they're all pretty much white. And, I attended a Historic District Commission meeting where Bob Bradley referred to the library as a runaway train. And they talked about having to get the commission involved in that. And I am hoping with the leadership change that we can get back to what's right for the taxpayers. This has been approved, and seems like it's now being dragged through the mud. Thank you. On to marijuana.
Great.
Hey.
All in favor?
Does anybody have any?
So this really was just put on to be an initial discussion. I did a fair amount of research on marijuana today, but go ahead, Chris.
You want me
why don't
to
you start?
just doing an analysis, not use of it, hopefully. But, in terms of, I think the board had made, sorry about that. It's late.
Is there any samples?
The board had expressed some interest in marijuana. Actually, when we went to the MMA conference, actually, I think we both sat in on the same legal brief that the MMA ran. And there was a town, West Bridgewater, that did do a temporary moratorium. I think it's important to say temporary moratorium. And the rationale for it, which has been approved, that was voted by the taxpayers, or voted by the voters in West Bridgewater and approved by the Attorney General's office, was that if you're going to regulate where they can be situated, any of these recreational sale points, that you need to have sufficient time to make sure that you do your zoning appropriately to zone into those certain areas. So the West Bridgewater, that's basically what they've done. They've asked for I think it's a 6-month behind the deadline of the state to make sure that there's sufficient time to put together the necessary zoning. And then I did find in some of the material the staff had dug up that we had done the same thing to give sufficient time for the town of Harwich to do that. The temporary delay was voted by town meeting, and then I think I was here for the 2014 town meeting in which that was considered. It needed a 2/3 vote to change the zoning, and it did not get the 2/3, so ultimately it did fail. But I think that rationale of having sufficient time for planning to look at something, to present what makes sense for the zoning, that this would make some sense to consider now to give us time to do it in a more deliberative process than to try to rush it.
Thank you, Chris. Charlene?
Can I just speak to the zoning? For a zoning amendment, the planning board, the zoning board, or the Board of Selectmen, or by petition, can sponsor an article. If this board decides to sponsor a zoning article, you do need to refer that to the planning board for the proper public hearing process. That's key. In the past, a zoning bylaw was sponsored by the Board of Selectmen, didn't go through the proper process, and it was kicked out by the Attorney General. So following the proper process is really important.
Excellent. Angela? Any comments?
Well, the only comment is I think we need to be very careful how we proceed with this and go forward with it, and have various departments comment on it to us, where we should be going, including the police department and where they're at, and separate the recreational from the medical use, because that's what is going on. One of the discussion about marijuana and how to set up things and who was doing anything, anything about it, was all over the MMA meeting. In fact, the 2 or 3 things that were discussed the most were the meeting of the Cape Cod Selectmen, was marijuana, and the county commission, and those kinds of things. And there was a lot of conversation about that. And there apparently are ways that are effective and whatnot in doing the regulations, which we should keep track of.
Okay. Julie?
No, I think.
Janelle?
What are we really talking about? Are we talking about the entire law, or are we talking only about zoning?
Well, I'm talking about the entire law, because we, I think, have an opportunity to decide what zoning is one thing. We have an opportunity to delay timing, temporarily moratorium, and there are a few other things that are possible.
I think I need more information before I make any kind of decision, because I kind of look at this as the state ballot approved recreational use of marijuana, which therefore is going to increase the business of marijuana, whether it be growing, selling, manufacturing, whatever. And as a business owner, I would hate to put a moratorium on someone's livelihood I just need more facts first. And also, I would like to compare and contrast it with alcohol regulations. Is there particular zoning for liquor stores and that kind of thing? Because I do put them kind of in the same category now that basically marijuana is legalized.
Peter, anything further?
I'll just say that, with the passing of Bob Whittegren a week or so ago, he and I and a number of other selectmen at the time, this was back in like 2003, maybe 2004, had to deal with adult entertainment. And you had to find a place in town where you could put it. Well, it looks like we're almost back at the same place for medical marijuana. Fortunately, that one didn't lead to anything. But I guess I'm really interested in the timeline as to how quickly we'd have to do something. Is it something we have to take to this town meeting if we want to be effective? Or is there time to do something, because you want to get it right? and you wanna make sure you have enough hearings and whatnot. And somebody refreshing, we asked for the vote count, what was the vote?
Vote was 4,449 against and 3,982 for, and that was in Harwich.
Wasn't that big a difference, I mean,
And then 11 out of 15 in Barnstable County voted against. And statewide, it was 54% for and 46% against.
I think one of the discussions surrounded the fact that they don't have a way for the police to deal with the marijuana the way they deal with alcohol. There's no test to say the person has a problem, shouldn't be driving, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of the towns wanted to delay acceptance so that they could make sure the testing procedure, whatever it was available. I don't have all the details. I mean, I think it's necessary to pull out all the detail, to have a conversation, and then to do something.
you know, I could see in our case in particular, where the population goes up, you know, by factor of 3 in the summertime, you could end up, and if you allowed this recreational, you know, use of it, you could have a much different environment in the summertime than maybe the rest of the year. I don't know. It could be a huge enforcement issue, potentially.
The timeline would be great, and Charlene, I think that when they extended this to July 1st, 2018, that gives us one more town meeting. I mean, I know we'd be rushing it, but we could technically, I think, bring it to the next town meeting, maybe.
Right, but
Small window.
it is a small window.
It's interesting because the lawyers in other towns, I read a lot online today, it said the sectional law are inconsistent and statewide association of town councils is seeking clarifications. So it seemed like there was an awful lot of still what they didn't know. And I will point our website out to everybody, and you can contact me and get it. nccpsafety.org. And that's Colorado legalization of marijuana and the impact on public safety. It's about a 100-page document, and there's some information in there that's it's very enlightening. But Colorado charges 2.9% retail medical tax, 10% retail special sales tax, and 15% excise tax. And they're still in the hole millions and millions of dollars on enforcement regulation. We're looking at getting 2% for the town. That's what we would have our 6.25% plus a 3.5% excise tax, and the town can impose a levy of 2%. So looking at that report, you really got to look at what it means to law enforcement and safety before we make a decision.
Plus, they set it up to fund, basically they voted for it to fund school education, you know, schools.
Right.
And now they're finding out they have to provide all these other services and programs to not
Huge
only
deficits.
enforce it, but, you know, it's just like you have, you know, treatment for alcoholism and treatment for opioid addiction and whatnot. Now there's treatment for people dealing with marijuana, so they're spending more money than it's worth.
And then there's the issue too of the money that's coming into these facilities, that the banks aren't
Read that
taking
report.
the
It's
money.
all in there.
Yeah.
It's an interesting, like I said, I researched marijuana today, and this was a very interesting document.
Did you say M, like
No,
Mary?
N is in Nancy, ccpsafety.org. And then it's Colorado's legalization of marijuana. But it's a very, very detailed report done by a university. Chris?
Mr. Chairman, I do think in terms of there's probably two pieces to this. One is kind of the zoning for the sale of retail establishment. That's one thing that's really, I guess, what I was focusing on. The other, and I think Coleman and Page is kind of monitoring, actually the City Solicitors Association was the one that did the part of the presentation. So they said that a lot of those other elements of how it's used recreational, can you limit it, you know, all that's still really under discussion. I don't think there's any real clear direction that we got. So really what we're talking about is just the retail establishments that would sell those, and do we want to buy ourselves an additional 6 months beyond the law to make sure we get two town meeting opportunities as opposed to one.
Chris, and the other piece of this, real quick, wasn't there two, in ballot 4, there was two things. There was retail, and then there was an on-premise use. If I'm reading the on-premise use, we don't have a say.
The question of the number of plants you can have in your house, I think some of this stuff is being administered through DPH, which is the state, so they'll most likely come up with guidelines, as they did with medical marijuana. They really discouraged cities and towns from getting into the medical marijuana regulation business, and they kept it to the state. And I think we have to wait and see what the state's gonna do on the recreational side.
So we can bring this back with the
Yeah,
Board of
as-
Health,
as we
Police
get more
Chief,
information.
timeline.
Just-
Angela?
Just wanted to say, the MMA is watching this, obviously, and so we should contact them and make sure that they supply us with the information on it, because they're trying to collect what all the towns are doing and what the state is doing. So that could be helpful.
I guess I would ask, just if the board wants to, where this is a zoning bylaw change, you'd have to refer it to planning board to get their input, to see if they would consider the West Bridgewater model, if you want to call it that. So I don't know if that's something, if the board wants to have that on the next agenda to kind of get that process. I'm just aware that we're in February, or we'll be in February by the middle of the
Shirley?
week.
I need to clarify the process just a little bit. If this board sponsors the article, you just refer it to the planning board. The planning board then holds the necessary public hearings to solicit input from the public, and then they need to vote to recommend the article or not to the town meeting.
Okay.
So they don't have to be the sponsors. This board can be the sponsor if that's what you wish.
Thank you. Chris, we'll talk about it in the agenda meeting and put together a timeline. Okay, on to cost benefits of attending the MMA annual meeting and trade show. Janelle requested this be put on, so I'll let you discuss.
I was just really taken aback at how much it cost per person to attend, and it costs the town to attend the annual trade show when I submitted my receipts. And I feel like maybe we could do a better job sharing information, because there was so much information there and so many different workshops or seminars you could go to, and there were 3 or 4 at a time that I wanted to attend, but you can only be in one place at one time. So my whole idea really was to, because we're spending so much on it, maybe there's a way that we can share the information when we get back better. Or maybe only have limited amount of people that go, and then that's part of the deal. When you go, you come back and you report what you learned and what you attended. And I just wanted to open that discussion up, because I just, looking at the budget, I was like, oh my God, it's a lot of money to spend. And yet we all came back and we kind of kept all of our information to ourselves. Thoughts?
Angelo?
Well, I personally think the meeting, how good the meeting is depends on you and where you go and whatnot. There are times when you can just do nothing, you just go up and wander around, or you can go to a number of sessions where you learn about various kinds of things. You also go to one of the sessions with all of the Cape people. The other thing that you get is you have a conversation. You end up having conversations with a lot of selectmen and a lot of other people to understand, particularly on the Cape. We were sitting at the Cape Selectmen's meeting with one of the selectmen from Dennis that I had an hour conversation with about where he was on us working with Dennis on the wastewater, and he was very positive. It was a good thing to know, and on and on. And I think I shared that with somebody. I think you're right. Sharing the information is fine. And when we used to have a lot of people going to it in the past, we all did divide up and go to different meetings, because otherwise it didn't make much sense for all of you to sit through one of the sessions. The other thing that was different this year in both the Selectmen's meeting on Saturday morning and from the podium, I guess, on Saturday morning also, was an emphasis by the state on wanting the relationship between the selectmen groups and the state people to be very positive, and for people to talk back and forth with each other, et cetera. The relationship that I think that this town has with Sarah Peak is probably different than a lot of the towns must have, because there was even a comment made about our participation being so positive in some of the meetings. So it was an open invitation to call, to go to meetings, to do things with the state, that's all.
Julie?
I have nothing.
Peter?
I would say that I've probably gone 6 times over the 15 years that I've been in this seat. I didn't go this year. Selectmen do have a budget. I do think it's important that we live within that budget. And so, you know, consciously we should say, okay, 2 or 3 people go every year. But I think it's a great chance. I agree with Angela, the network, to find out that, you know, we're part of one of 351 or whatever cities and towns, and that we don't need to reinvent the wheel on everything, and that you can learn a lot by talking to other people, whether it's someone in west of Massachusetts, or someone in Boston, or someone, you know, on the South Shore, whatever. You tend to make those connections and swap some information, and it's a good opportunity to walk around, see some of these vendors and whatnot, and then, you know, maybe you find something that we could use in this town that we haven't thought about before, we didn't know existed, so I think it's worthwhile myself. So, but I would encourage folks to share their information and whatnot.
Yeah, I think the sharing information is great. I do believe that we did go over budget, and I think my concern with this one, Janelle brought it up, was what if all 5 of us go? Finance committee's allowed to go, town administrator, assistant town administrator. If everybody goes at $700 or $800 apiece, that's quite a burden on the taxpayers.
And the water department.
And the water department, they can
commission,
actually,
they're
their
around, yeah.
administrative staff can go as
Yeah.
well as the water commissioners. So I do think maybe we should come up with a policy or just a statement that we pick, the board picks kind of, you know, I don't think everybody should be able to go.
Let's see who wants to go, see how many slots you have, basically.
Right. So maybe, Janelle, you can take a stab at a little proposal and information sharing and who can go, and
Okay,
we'll bring it back.
okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Town administrators report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will keep this, this brief. Just the library generator, they're in the process of installing that. They did get a lot of work done today. They got the natural gas line in, and they hope to finish it by tomorrow. So that will be, we'll have the inverter issue should be hopefully behind us. On the recruitment of the finance director, we received 10 applications. We're in the process of vetting through those now, and then we'll see how it goes. Obviously, with only 10, we'll probably be on the lower side for numbers that we submit to the board for consideration. And then, obviously, tonight you heard a fair amount from Monomoy about their budget. We did have a target number, so I do have the budget message on your financial calendar is due on February 13th. So I will be gearing up to put that in. I do have a balanced budget that will be presented in that. The next item is, I did have a discussion with the folks at Army Corps, just to kind of get a sense for the process, in any ways that we can kind of move things along. So I thought the meeting was somewhat helpful. The one thing we did have a discussion on was maybe dual track and become deauthorize that as a federal area for a harbor, so that way we'd be on our own. Kind of on our own anyway, perfectly honestly. So that's something that we'll try to set up a meeting and do that at the same time. I think we have everything in that we need to have in. The only piece that we have to wait on is they're doing the lab results for the dredge spoils, where that's gonna go. And that requires actually growing critters, so it's gonna take the length of time it takes to grow critters. And then biological critters that we
Bugs.
find in the
Bugs,
soil.
yeah, things.
Microbiology.
Organisms.
Yeah, microorganisms.
You get the rest of them.
And then I just wanted to, I did participate in the thing, you heard some conversation about the health insurance rates. They did range from 8.5 to 12%, that was the highest. I did make most of those motions. I mean, those are all public meetings, so, you know, anyone can obviously look at those. Quite honestly, though, I am somewhat concerned that the reserves for that organization, they have a policy of between 8 and 12% is what they want to have in reserves. They've been above that, so they've been using that excess money to subsidize the rate. This will be the first year that there is going to be no rate subsidy. That's part of the reason why it's higher. But just, some things in math are pretty straightforward. And 3 years ago, it was $24 million in reserves, went down to $20 million, 17, and now it's estimated for 13 million. That's not a good trend. And, people kind of chided me a little bit saying that, well, we're now within the range. But, with that trend, the way it's going, we don't want to go below the range, because without a consortium in which to buy health insurance, if we're on our own in the marketplace, that's going to be very difficult. So, I recognize that it's higher than certainly I would like. I'm the guy that has to present the balanced budget. But I think also it's not just about the town of Harwich, it's about the sustainability of Cape Cod Municipal Health Group and all the, I think there's 50-something members of that. So it is a bigger issue. Certainly, I spent an hour at the trade show with a vice president at Blue Cross Blue Shield talking about, what other innovations can we be looking at. So not necessarily a formal session, but having those dialogues and trying to find out, I think Angela has it right. It depends on what you put into it to what you get out of it. But the fact that he let me bend his ear for an hour picking his brain about what we can do is big. So, we'll see what we can do as a part of the group, and we'll see what we can do individually for wellness to try to create a healthier population, because ultimately, it's a healthier population that's going to drive our costs down. I mean, that's the nature of the business. So, that concludes my comments this evening, Mr.
Chris, thank you for all your work on the healthcare. It's appreciated. Peter, Selectmen's report. Janelle?
I just want to ask a question, Chris. Did you stop by the MIA booth and have a free chair massage and smell the essential oils? This is all up my alley. I believe in wellness over, prevention over sickness.
Yeah,
Did you do that?
I did not.
Oh, you missed out.
I didn't have enough time.
Did you?
I did.
Bill
Yeah,
already put
it was a good massage therapist.
Angela, did you go? Did you?
Angela,
okay.
anything for the Selectmen's
Yeah,
report?
just one thought, tying on to what Chris just said. A number of years ago, what happened was the selectmen basically went up on Saturday morning, Friday morning, as a group. We had one car. We stayed Friday and Saturday night, and then left Saturday afternoon, because that's when most of the stuff was covered. And it'd be my suggestion, as you're doing your work, the more selectmen who can go, perhaps the shorter the time, would be a better way of saving dollars.
I did carpool. I took Alan Thompson from the Water Commission up with me. So.
I would be concerned about a open meeting law, about all of us being present. Would that ever come up? I mean,
It's actually a clause in the open meeting law. You
I don't
can
think
go to.
Go to those
you're
some-
driving in
okay.
the car.
Julie, anything?
oh,
Can I
yeah.
get a motion?
So moved.
Do you have anything for the Selectmen's report? Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Oh, my.
Angela,
So
you second
moved.
it?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thank